My name is Aleksandra Ruska. I'm Director of the Center of Medical Education in English, and I would like to open the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it is with great pleasure that I welcome you at the conference. This gathering marks an important milestone in our commitment to promoting international education. This is also part of our anniversary of 30 years of English-speaking programs here at Poznań University of Medical Sciences. I extend my warmest welcome to our esteemed guests who have traveled from near and far to be part of this event. Your presence here today is a testament to the importance of the topics we will be discussing over these coming days. I would like to welcome especially our Poznań University authorities, Vice Rector of Poznań University of Medical Sciences, Professor Edmund Grześkowiak, Chancellor of the College of Medical Sciences, Professor Marek Ruchała. I'm not sure if he's here, but he will join us for sure. Chancellor of the College of Health Science, Professor Jarosław Walkowiak, and Vice Chancellor of the College of Health Science, Professor Marcin Żarowski, Deputy Director of the Doctoral School, Professor Tomasz Gośliński, Dean of the Faculty of Pharmacy, Professor Anna Jelińska, Vice Dean of the Faculty of Pharmacy, Professor Justyna Gornowicz-Porowska, Vice Dean of the Faculty of Health Science, Professor Ewa Baum, Vice Dean of the Faculty of Health Science, Professor Przemysław Lisiński, and Professor Katarzyna Ziemnicka, our former Director of the Center. We're really glad that you are here. I would like to warmly welcome all representatives of all medical universities from Poland. Your presence is very, very important to us. I also would like to welcome all participants and students who will be joining us during the conference. I would also like to express our heartfelt gratitude to our patrons, Poznań University of Medical Sciences, the Mayor of Poznań, Kościuszko Foundation, and Wielkopolska Medical Chamber for their unwavering support. We are truly grateful for your partnership. And furthermore, I want to acknowledge our generous sponsors who have played a vital role in bringing this conference to life. It's Kaplan, Ambos, Biofarm, Elsevier, Foundation Mocni na Starcie, Human Body Universe, Miro, Pearson, and PZWL Medical Publishing House. Your support has made it possible for us to assemble a diverse and accomplished group of experts and educators to share their knowledge and insights. Throughout the course of this conference, we will engage in meaningful discussions, share experiences, and work towards enhancing the educational experiences of international students in Poland. This event wouldn't be possible without the collective effort of everyone here, and we are eager to learn from each other and forge new partnerships. Thank you all for being a part of this important initiative. I wish you a productive and inspiring conference, and I'm confident that our collective efforts will contribute to the continued success of educating international students in Poland. And now I'd like to introduce the main chief of the conference, Professor Adrianna Mostowska. The floor is yours.
So good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, students and graduates. So I'm delighted to welcome you all to this special educational conference, a significant milestone in our celebration of 30 years of teaching in English at Poznań University of Medical Sciences. So today we come together to celebrate 30 years of academic excellence and to explore the latest advancement in medical education. So we have a distinguished lineup of experts who will share their knowledge and insight on a range of critical aspects of medical education. Before we commence, I have a special request. Today we gather with mixed emotions as we remember Dr. Maria Długołęcka-Graham, who passed away suddenly and unexpectedly. She was to be one of the speakers of our conference and was very much looking forward to coming to Poznań. Dr. Długołęcka-Graham was the coordinator of the Polish Medical Faculty Memorial Fund at the University of Edinburgh. Her immense commitment to maintaining Polish-Scottish relations and her concern to uphold the tradition started by Professor Antoni Jurasz has significantly contributed to the cooperation between our universities. In her memory and recognition of her invaluable contributions, I invite you, all of you, to stand and observe a minute's silence. Thank you. With no more delays, it's time to get into our program. And before we begin with our first presentation, I have a small request to our esteemed speakers. Time. I will give you a sign 5 minutes before the end of your presentation. And ladies and gentlemen, our first speaker is a distinguished figure in the field of medical education. Professor Sylvia Hennemann. He is from Maastricht University with extensive experience and expertise in programmatic assessment. She is at the forefront of theory, implementation and practice in medical education. So please join me in welcoming Professor Sylvia Hennemann.
Thank you very much, and welcome. Nice to see you all for this lovely anniversary. And thank you, Aliana, for inviting me. I will talk for the first 30 minutes about assessment. And this is medical education, and medical education always includes also the assessment, which is an important feature. And we may or also have our struggles with that, how to implement, how to change. So in competency-based assessment, which we all do in medical educations, but I think in all healthcare professions, it has been said that, and this was already like mid-90s from the previous century, medicine has changed profoundly. So we have new features, new therapies, and at that time, medical education was still fairly traditional, unchanged. And this was spoken at the Royal College of Physicians and Surgeons in Canada, where they say, well, we also need to change medical education to meet the changing needs of society. And I put this quote here because in Canada, at that time, they were already thinking about how can we change medical education to meet the changing needs of society. And there, they introduced the competencies. This was the mid-90s, competency-based education. But that also need to lead to competency-based assessment. And what you see is that in that assessment, there is a certain tension. Because on the one hand, we need to have the assessment of learning. So we need to assess whether our graduates are fit for practice. We have an accountability towards society, the patients, also to our graduates. And on the other hand, we want meaningful assessment for learning. So we want to foster a lifelong motivation for learning. And we know from literature that that has tension in it. And how can we combine that? Because what we've seen since the start of the competency-based education movement in Canada with the competencies, we see that in competency-based education, you get a focus on the outcomes. And the processes underneath are neglected, or maybe it's just too complicated. We also see a striving for objective performance, which is difficult. You see that because we have competencies, and each competencies have different sub-terms, you see a fragmentation of professional practice. So communicator is 1, 2, 3, 4, and we want to see that in different types of contexts and situations, which misaligns with what we do and learn at the workplace. So with the coming up of competency-based education and aligning their competency-based assessments, we also saw it led to cynicism. What is going on? Game playing. If we have to meet the standards for 70 sub-competencies, we will just try to make tick boxing. And that was never meant to be. Assessment needs to be meaningful for both these practices, for both the purposes, meaningful for assessment of learning and meaningful for assessment for learning. So we needed a new assessment theory. And along the same time, a colleague of mine, Professor Kees van der Vleuten from Maastricht University in the Netherlands, he is worldwide known for his expertise in the field of assessment. He was already starting to think about how can we align this? How can we assess professional competence with what we have now? And this is one of the first papers. It's a paper of 1996, and he already addresses here an area of turmoil in health sciences and in testing. It was a time where we did a lot of testing. It was a time where new testing formats or tools became available. It was also a time of concerns of false positivity. Are we measuring what we want to measure? There were a lot of psychometric concerns, and at that time there was no solution yet. So there was also place for new assessment models. In this paper of 1996, Professor van der Vleuten, in the context of assessing complex constructs such as competency, he positioned assessment as a problem of optimization. He presented a formula. It's called the utility formula, and I will explain in the next slide. And one of his important messages was that in each assessment method, you compromise in terms of their quality characteristics. Because we all know for assessment, that assessment needs to be reliable and valid. It needs to be transparent. We also want it to have a certain educational value. It takes resources. That also needs to be acceptable. That he combined in this utility formula. So how does it look like? In utility formula, the utility, so how the assessment tool is used and its usefulness, is a formula of the reliability, the validity, and the educational impact. In the paper, also the costs and the acceptance are included, but for the explanation, I will leave them out. So you see here a graph of the utility as a product of reliability, validity, and educational impact. And of course, what we want is an assessment tool which has optimal values. Very reliable, very valid, and very high educational impact. That is not possible. We don't have such tools. We might want that, but we don't have that. Also because we are measuring complex constructs, and there is no one tool that can do it all. So we compromise. We have tools which may have good reliability, so-so validity, but educational impact is poor. I think an example for this can be multiple choice questions, which can be a very reliable test format. Depending on the blueprint, it can be a valid. But we all know multiple choice questions, we cannot measure, for instance, competencies such as communicator. For that, we need other tools to reach that validity. And in multiple choice questions, especially if there are pass-fail decisions, educational impact is low. Other formats could have other characteristics. So formats like peer feedback often have high educational impact. I hope this shows that for individual tools, we make compromises, and we need to step away from individual tools to look at their quality assurances measures, and we need to sort of optimize the program of assessment as a whole. That was a very important message of this paper. So with the program of assessment, we can reach levels of reliability, validity, and educational impact that are acceptable. In this paper, this was a landmark paper of Professor van der Vleuten and Professor Schubert, where they took the step from moving from assessment methods to assessment programs. And they used the utility format to make that argument. So in this program, they say, well, assessment is not so much as a measurement problem, it is a design problem. We need to design assessment thinking longitudinally, thinking in programs. And we need a programmatic approach. So at that time, that was 2005, it was not called programmatic assessment yet, but my colleagues were getting there. And they In this paper, they make an argument, well, if you look at reliability as one of these quality assurance measures, there it's important that we realize that the size of the sample determines the reliability. And they used utility format in this paper to explain that. So here you see, in the paper they have more assessment tools. For the purpose of this presentation, I show 3. So a multiple choice question exam, an oral exam, and a mini CX, which is an assessment tool for observation at the clinical workplace. And what they did with psychometric calculations, they took the reliability measure for each of these tools as a function of the testing time. Because a multiple choice test has usually a number of items. We say, well, in 1 hour you can have 60 multiple choice items, in 2 hours 120. In an oral exam in 1 hour with one examiner you can maybe have 8 questions you can discuss. In a mini CX you maybe do 4 mini CX in an hour. So to keep these assessment formats comparable. And you may know that in terms of reliability, we measure that as a value between 0 and 1. 1 is appropriate or good, excellent reliability, and we usually think that 0.8 gives a reliability which we accept. And mind you, if we have a reliability of 0.8, we still make false positive decisions in terms of passing and failing our students. So what you see here is calculated for these different formats, the reliability. And what you see is that with 1 hour of testing time, the reliability for all these tools is suboptimal yet. We need to increase testing time, and with that, sampling. So the higher, the more time and the more items for multiple choice questions, the more questions we pose in oral exams, the more mini CX we do, these tools become reliable. So with 2 hours, we reach, not for all yet, but we reach acceptable reliability measures. This was also the Kees van der Vleuten often used a pixel metaphor. He used the Mona Lisa. You may have seen his talks or his papers. And this is another pixel picture. You have now a number of pixels, but you may not be able to see what this is yet. If you add the pixels, you can see it is the cat. So important here, take-home message, for reliability, we need sampling. We need to repeat sort of our measures, and then we reach acceptable reliability measures. So we move on in time, because there's also a bit of a history. In 2011, this was a paper where it came together. And in this paper, you also see the connection of assessment meant for measuring, for decision-making, and assessment needed for learning. So in this paper, my colleagues still, Professor Schubert and Professor Kees van der Vleuten, they pose programmatic assessment as a method or a model to move from assessment of learning to assessment for learning. So assessment meaningful for learning. And in that paper, they really posed assessment as data. We need to consider assessment as data. And by doing that, we can combine the learning function and the decision function of assessment. And we need to start using assessment as data and also combining data, aggregating data. And to do that, we need also guidance for our students. And in this period between 2005 and 2013, we also see the first implementation studies, also at our own university, at Maastricht University. So if we think about that a bit more, if assessment is data or data points, then how do we deal with that data? And what Professor Schubert and Lambert, Kees van der Vleuten did is they posed these data points as a sort of a continuum of stakes. That's what they called it. And if you have a low stake data point, that is designed for learning. So a single feedback moment or a single mini CEX that is designed to be informative for learning. And at that point, there is not so much at stake. So there are no pass-fail decisions. And if you move to the other end, the decision function, you need to use a lot of data points. Remember the pixels. How more pixels you have, the better your picture is, the better you can take decisions. And in this continuum, they also introduced an intermediate stake. So usually if you do that, the length of your educational units becomes longer because you need more time to collect this data. Students need time to use the data for learning. So there becomes a time where at some point you do want to see if they are on the right track. And for that you can do sort of an intermediate stake, which is designed for like prognosis. How are you doing? If you continue like this, will there be a high stake decision making, which is not a surprise for you. I've been talking about single assessment tools thus far, but it was also evident in the model that if you want to have meaningful assessment for learning and meaningful decision making, you need to combine assessment formats. So you need a mixture of assessment formats to say something about competencies. This is also evident in Miller's pyramid. If you go to the DAS level, you need a mixture of formats to be able to make decisions on performance levels. So diversity in assessment formats. And if you want then decision making, you do that at the level of the competencies. You aggregate at the level of a competency. So for medical expert, you take information from data points such as multiple choice questions, but also mini-CX contain information about the medical expert or other type of assessment formats. And you combine that to come to a decision at the level of the competency. So in terms of the data point, important considerations is that there need to be a mix and diversity of assessment format. One assessment tool, one data point can give information on several competencies. And these data points, these assessment information points, they serve the learning and the decision function. And at different points in time, you will aggregate all that data to make high-stake decisions, but also for students, they do that during the course of their studies for learning. What does this feedback tell me? What goes well? Do I have point of improvements that I need to take along in time? So in 2012, this was a paper where they sort of combined it all. This paper also shows what a program designed according to the principles of programmatic assessment could look like. In the time after that, you also see a move towards the qualitative, the constructivism in assessment theory. So the emphasis that for students to learn, we need feedback information and assessment information which is meaningful. And it can be meaningful if it's narrative. So we are, and that was paralleled also in literature, that you see the importance and impact of narrative feedback on learning. And that was also for assessments for learning and the learning function in programmatic assessment. That is the same. You also see that programmatic assessment becomes a sort of a sub-discipline. You see that there are chapters in books. It has separate sessions in meetings such as AMI and Ottawa. And you see empirical studies about implementation, about how do we do that, the learning and the assessment and the decision function. Just a bit more on the narrative, because in that era there was emphasis on the impact of the words, what the words can tell you, and I think we all know that students need meaningful information, because with that we can have the feedback dialogue we need for students to follow up on feedback, to learn. And in that self-regulation of learning, they need guidance, because it's also known that self-regulation of learning needs a certain regulation. So in all of our programs, our students have mentors, precisely to do that, to help them self-regulate their learning. And with the narrative, this becomes informative. It becomes informative for the learning function, but also for the decision function. In our decision making, we take along this narrative information. There were more papers. For instance, this is a 12 tips papers in medical teacher, where there are tips for the implementation. And here you see also design principles of programmatic assessment. There are a number of design principles which I've talked about, but I want to put them in the slides to summarize briefly. So important is the mix of assessment formats. data points, because these provide insight in student development, but also in the level of their performance. Each data point is designed for learning, and each data point, individual data point, has no pass-fail decisions. When you go to information for learning and decision-making, you aggregate, and that is on the competency framework in medical education or in healthcare profession. So the competency framework is the backbone of the program of assessment. Then the guidance. There's a constant dialogue, a feedback dialogue between a learner and a coach for the use of feedback and the self-regulation. And if we make decisions, the higher the stake, so the more is at stake with the decision, being that, for instance, graduation, you need to use as many data points, the more data points for higher stake decision making. And that high stake decision, we do that based on human judgment. This is done by a committee of examiners, a committee of people, of experts, who looks at the data and makes a decision. So these design principles, if you think about it, there are a number of key core elements. And if you combine this, you need to think also that if you combine this in a curriculum or in a study program, this will have curriculum consequences. So all around the world, giving workshops, and you cannot just like have a curriculum and say, well, we're going to implement programmatic assessment. It cannot just come on top. If you do that, you need to also think in terms of your education. There needs to be alignment with your teaching, learning, education, and your assessment. That always needs to be the case, constructive alignment. It's the same for programmatic assessment. So we need curriculum consequences. We need a change in the curriculum and in the assessment. There have been tensions. So, for instance, if you think about what I've just told you, you may have question marks, thinking, well, what about my topic? How can I then come to decision making if it's on the competency level? What about anatomy, physiology, biochemistry, etc.? So we all sit here with certain assessment assumptions or preconceptions. And that this is important to discuss. What exactly are these conceptions and what are they based upon? And how can we manage that and use in the model, I think in the programmatic assessment, we take these assumptions into account through the design principles. But you need to think about how these also affect, for instance, the implementation, the buy-in from your faculty and your students. So it may go wrong. It may be that for some, when you say a low stake, that it means for me an informative data point, no pass-fail decisions. And for others, it may mean, well, this is an assessment moment where we need also to make a decision. The same for the high stake. Is that an assessment or is that a decision? The words also matter. And this can lead to confusions. And as I can understand why my colleagues came upon the model described as programmatic assessment. But it is also about programmatic learning. So that is something important to keep in mind when you start thinking about programmatic assessment. So when you have a revision in terms of your curriculum, moving from the assessment methods, the conventional methods you have now, and your curriculum consequences cannot be, for instance, there are limitations or there are national requirements, etc. So there are other curriculum consequences, which also may lead that you have a certain, like a hybrid. So you have certain principles of programmatic assessment you can implement, but others are difficult because of a variety of reasons. Then you may have hybrid outcomes. So it could be that there are still pass-fail decisions to be made because of national requirements. This will instigate that students still have the study behaviors that you may not want. The tick box exercising, the game playing, these may still be there. So that will give hybrid outcomes. What we know from research, what works in terms of programmatic assessment, that the triangulation or the aggregation in terms of robust decision making, that works. We can do that. We can look at these data points and come to robust decision making. We also see for students that it is a catalyst for learning. If you take away the pass-fail decision, the summative signals, students start to use their assessment information for their learning. You also see, because of the mentoring systems, you get interpersonal relationships which are beneficial for learning, the Educational Alliance. That works. Programmatic assessment can do that. There are also challenges. Depending on how you design, can you design it according to the principles? It can also give the perceptions of assessment overload. We may think we design things as low-stake assessment, but students can have the perceptions that it's still an assessment. And that sometimes has to do with the signals we give. So in our first implementation, at some point we thought, because that's what we had knowledge testing, multiple choice tests. These were still data points for us. They were no longer linked to pass-fail decisions, but integrated in the decision making. But students were used to multiple choice test exams as these are pass-fail decisions. And we also had resits for them to do if that the data point was give information of, well, here and there you need to improve, so they can do it again. But because of that signal, students said, well, it's just a resit. I need to pass. So these are the things we learned in our implementations to do that we need to be aware of these summative signals. Also important for students to self-regulate their learning, that they have something to self-regulate, that they can navigate somehow. And that can sometimes be very complex or challenging to give a certain level of agency to learners. And because our programs are big, many people are involved, many teachers. And research also showed you need to invest in a shared understanding. So why do we do that? What is the purpose? Why do we want programmatic assessment in our program? What is the problem we want to solve by implementing programmatic assessment? And for that we also see that in the implementation, be aware of the curriculum consequences and what the hybrid outcomes may lead to. The people are of utmost importance. You need your people. And we also see, just as I explained, we have done iterations. We have implemented, seeing what doesn't work, and made changes in our curriculum. So in Maastricht, we took the jump from our usual assessments to programmatic assessment in several of our programs. And in my final minutes, I will briefly touch upon what we did in the Master of Medicine. This is the clerkship phase. So we have medical programs, we have a Bachelor of Medicine, a Master in Medicine, and we have a graduate entry program with different numbers of students. And in the Master of Medicine, these are the clerkship. This is the clinical phase. And there we implemented programmatic assessment. And if you look at the design principles, what happened in the clerkships, there is a mixture of feedback. We use different type of feedback forms to evaluate performance at the workplace. Narrative feedback is emphasized. There are some Likert skills, but we've really down-tuned that. There's lots of feedback. We have a progress test, but no grades. We don't have any grades. In every type of these workplace-based learning formats, we generate feedback. We have no exams with summative pass-fail decisions. We aggregate at the level of the competencies at 3 time points in the 3 years. And graduation is linked to the 3 times 60 credit points we have for our Master in Medicine. Every student has a mentor, which he sees regularly for the dialogue. We use all the data points in the portfolio for decision making, and that is done by a committee. So this is very briefly how we've done that. Important feature for this are a portfolio, electronic portfolio, because you need to support the data points, the aggregation, the student ownership. The set of feedback forms we use, these are designed, these are generic, and these are all competency-based. And there's a focus on the qualitative information. All students have a mentor, and we make decisions at 3 time points by a master assessment committee. This is very short, and I can tell you much more about how we have implemented programmatic assessment, but there's no more time. So I hope I've been able to explain you the stepping stones, what led to the model, what are the underlying assumptions. I think to implement, it's important to manage expectations, to be very clear on the purpose you want to achieve and on the goals, to be aware of the outcomes you want to reach, and there will be challenges in your path. But I think it's important to think of programmatic assessment as a concept. It's not a recipe, it's a concept to implement within your context and also within your assessment culture. And that was my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor, for that enlightening presentation. So, all the questions for our speakers, not right now. We will have a special discussion section. So I think we will have a lot of questions to Professor. I have a lot of questions. However, we have to wait because right now, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker, Professor Marta von Santen, comes to us from the USA, representing the Foundation for Advancement of International Medical Education and Research. And she's a leading authority on the accreditation of medical schools and will provide us with comprehensive update of INTELTH recognized accreditation policy. So please join me in giving warm welcome to Professor Marta von Santen.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for inviting me back. I was here for your 20th anniversary, and I have such fond memories of that event, so I was very excited to get an invitation to speak again at this 30th anniversary. So a little bit about INTELTH. This might be a new word for you. It's a new word for me. We just rebranded at ECFMG and FAMR. So, you know, they paid marketers a lot of money to come up with a word that's not a word. They combined international or integrated or all these other good INT words with health. So we are now INTELTH. We weren't taken over by another organization. This is something we did. It's another higher level that is now above ECFMG and FAMR. And you probably are familiar with ECFMG. I'll be talking more about what we do in subsequent slides. You may not be as familiar with FAMR. I'm working for FAMR. We conduct data analysis and write papers, and we really try to disseminate all of the information we can about international medical education. We maintain databases such as the World Directory of Medical Schools, which we list all of the medical schools in the world and information about them. Also the Directory of Organizations that recognize and accredit medical schools. That's on our website. We're always developing new things. We're currently in production for a database on how physicians are licensed and how they do postgraduate medical education and how international medical graduates are evaluated in all the countries in the world. So that's a huge undertaking. That will be available sometime in 2024 on our website. We also support faculty development programs all over the world through our institutes that are located in 10 different countries. So ECFMG, another change is that ECFMG now no longer stands for anything. It's one of those acronyms that has now ceased to mean anything. So we no longer spell out what it used to mean. So you're probably familiar with some of our programs and services, such as certification. We certify about 11,000 physicians every year. We assess the readiness of international medical graduates for their entry, before their entry to graduate medical education and training in the US. We also have residency and fellowship application services. This is where we are the dean's office for all international medical graduates as they complete their ERAS application if they want to try to match into GME in the US. For anybody who's not already a US citizen, we sponsor their J1 visas, which is the most common training visa that an international medical graduate will obtain in order to do their GME in the US. And we sponsor about 13,000 physicians every year. So a little bit more about international medical graduates in the US. It's about 21% of active residents and those in specialty training. It's 32% of all doctors in the US. I think when you talk to the typical American, they don't realize that a third of all doctors, almost a third, did not attend medical school in the United States. Many of these are US citizens that went abroad and then came back, but not all, and we'll get into more detail in subsequent slides. Sorry, it's about 32% of active residents, 25% of total doctors in the US. And about 2,000, it's a lot of, it's just incredible. When I ask people, like, did you ever ask your doctor where they went to medical school? Most people would say no. And so it's interesting when you do find out how many doctors obtain their degrees abroad. So here's our certification by volume over the past 10 years. As you can see, it's been fairly consistent. We generally have certified about 10,000 doctors a year. Here you can see the breakdown also between foreign citizen IMGs and US citizen IMGs. Generally, it's about 2/3 are foreign citizen IMGs and 1/3 US citizen IMGs. As you can see, we had a dip with the pandemic, like everybody else. Just activity ceased all over the world until we got it going again. In 2021 and 2022, we've exceeded our previous numbers for certification, and they just have been going up in the next couple years, and we're tracking to even have more people being certified in 2023 as opposed to 2022. So that's very interesting things that we're tracking. Clearly, a lot of graduates of medical schools all over the world still see the United States as a place that they want to come for GME. So where did these people go to medical school? As you can see, this chart tracks the last 5 years by the top 10 countries of where people attended medical school. So India has always historically been a large portion of our certificate holders. As you can see, next is Grenada. That's one school in the Caribbean, St. George's. That's a very large school that many of the graduates come to the US. Pakistan has been interesting. This is one we were not aware had been, until we saw this data, had been increasing so dramatically in the last couple of years. Barbados is a couple of schools on Barbados. There's a large school, Ross, that's probably contributing to the largest number there. And then as you can see, the other countries mainly are either in the Caribbean or Middle East, have been historically our highest numbers. But over the last 5 years, we've certified people from 157 different countries. About 180 countries in the world actually have a medical school. There are some countries with no medical schools, but in general, we have seen people from just about everywhere in the world. And who are these people? What was their country of citizenship at the time of entrance to medical school? So as you can see, most are from the United States. This is, again, the phenomena of people who didn't go to medical school in the US. Either they attempted and weren't accepted, or maybe they historically had already ties, family ties to another country, and always intended to go to a medical school outside of the US. So that's been pretty steady at about 3,000 people every year obtain an ECFMG certificate who were US citizens. India, again, is another high number of people that were citizens of India. Canada, we've often seen a lot of Canadians. There will be a change. I think it's next year where because of the accreditation of medical schools in Canada used to be done somewhat in conjunction with the accreditation of US medical schools, but now that has gone to be completely separate systems. Pakistan again, Nigeria, Nepal, Egypt, Jordan, Iran, and Lebanon round out the other top 10 countries of country of citizenship for IMGs seeking ECFMG certification. Poland. So I looked this up just to see what were the trends in Poland. So it's been fairly steady over the past 10 years, about 110 to 120 students every year. So these are people that took step 1, took step 2 CK, obtained their ECFMG certificate. So it's people that completed the process of ECFMG certification from any of the Polish schools. Hopefully that graph will go back, the line will go back up again in 2023. So I'd just like to give a little bit more background about what it takes for an IMG to complete the process for certification and entry into GME in the US. It's a lot. It's a big undertaking. It costs a lot of money. It takes a lot of time. So it's something that a lot of people attempt. As you can see, the pathway narrows. We have lots of people who they first need to meet eligibility requirements, which I'll tell you a little bit more about in next slides. And they need to apply for ECFMG certification. Of course, they need to pass step 1. They need to pass step 2 CK. Previously, they needed to take the clinical skills exam, but that was discontinued in COVID. We also need to verify their medical school diploma and transcript. And then they need to go through either one of the 6 pathways and take the OET, which is the test of English for medicine. And then that line represents when they can be ECFMG certified. And once they're ECFMG certified, they can apply to the match through the ERAS program. If they're not a US citizen, they need to obtain a visa, and they need to apply and find a position in GME. And eventually, they can get licensed and do board certification if they choose to stay in the US. So what are the eligibility requirements? Well, we have lots of checks on their medical school. We need to make sure that they attended a medical school that's eligible for ECFMG certification. So I mentioned the World Directory of Medical Schools. They can look up their school. They need to also look up a certain tab called the sponsor note, where they can see if it's eligible specifically for coming to the US. And most schools, all the Polish schools, they're all eligible. But certain schools that may be newer or open in certain countries where we haven't had a relationship with the Ministry of Education or Health, it can take a little time before we get all of the information we need to add the sponsor note to the school. They need to have an acceptable graduation year and degree title. These are all things that we do on the back end to make sure the school is eligible for ECFMG certification. And they need to have at least 4 years equivalent of medical education. We all know there's schools in the US already that have gone to 3 years, but they still consider it equivalent to a 4-year medical education. Then we do a lot of checks on the individual. You have to be who you say you are. We have whole committees on irregular and fraudulent behavior of people impersonating somebody else or trying to say that they've gone to medical school when they didn't, or things like that. So we verify their identity. A lot about transfer credits, meeting requirements. You have to have transferred, if you did transfer medical schools, that has to be from one eligible school to another eligible school. You can't transfer failing courses. You would think that's kind of an obvious thing, but you would be surprised what people try to do. So everything has to be laid out in black and white. And you cannot transfer from more than one medical school. We have seen people, it's kind of they make their way around the world doing 6 months at every medical school and then try to come to the US with the degree from their last final place where they graduated. So requirements for ECFMG certification. So you're all probably aware of the USMLE exams. I think Boris might mention them in a little bit more detail, Step 1 and Step 2 CK. You also have to meet our clinical skills requirement. So if you had taken and passed USMLE Step 2 clinical skills before it was discontinued, that will meet the clinical skills requirement. If you didn't take that before it was discontinued, you need to go through one of our pathways, which I'll mention on next slides. We also make sure that you have good communication skills, including English language proficiency. So that's currently filled by either having passed Step 2 CS before it was discontinued, or taking the test of medicine. Now this test is required for everyone, even if you are an American citizen and you went to undergrad in the US, you still need to take this occupational English test in medicine. So we get a lot of feedback about why do they have to take that. It costs a lot of money, but it's just a requirement to make sure that everybody has adequate English proficiency. And this test also has elements of it that are beyond just English proficiency. So there's kind of a mini OSCE in it where you do a role play with, as a physician with a patient, and all of the exam materials are relevant to medical education. You don't need the medical knowledge, but you need to have the comfortable lingo and jargon and things like that to be able to pass this test. And then we also check your medical education credentials. So we primary source your diploma. Make sure it's an actual diploma from the school that granted it, and also your final transcript. So the pathways. So again, after, during COVID, when we realized that we could not in a fair manner and in a secure manner continue to give the clinical skills assessment exam, we needed to pivot quickly to figure out how to ensure that international medical graduates still met the communication and clinical skills requirements for GME. So we developed these 6 pathways. Pathway 1 is that you're already licensed to practice medicine in another country. So if you've already been practicing in your home country, we take that as you probably have pretty decent clinical skills and communication skills, and that's makes you eligible for Pathway 1. Pathway 2 is you passed an OSCE in another country that was designed for medical licensure. This would be, for example, the PLAB exam in the UK. If you had passed that, then you can go through Pathway 2. Pathway 3, a school accredited by an agency recognized by the World Federation for Medical Education. I'll be talking a lot more about this organization in subsequent slides, but if you graduated from a school that's accredited by a WFME recognized agency, you're eligible for Pathway 3. Pathway 4, you graduated from a school accredited by an agency recognized by the National Committee for Foreign Medical Education and Accreditation. This is a committee of the U.S. Department of Education, and I'll be talking more about them in next slides as well. Pathway 5, you graduated from a school issued that issues a joint degree with an LCME accredited school. There's only 2 schools, I think, one in Qatar and one in Duke, Singapore, that are affiliated with U.S. medical schools. Pathway 6, this is everybody else. If you did not fall into any of these pathways, you are still can be eligible for ECFMG certification. If you have your evaluation conducted with using mini CEX forms. So you need to find 6 physicians who are willing to evaluate your clinical skills and submit these forms to ECFMG, and then you can go through Pathway 6. And again, you must take the Occupational English Test or the OET for medicine to go, if you go through any of these 6 pathways. So, ECFMG certification. Everybody's really happy when they get that ECFMG certificate, but that's actually only the start of the process. It might not be the most difficult part. You still need to match into a GME program. And as you can see, the past 5 years, we've had increasing participants in the match, and about high 50s, 60% match every year. Generally, it's trending upwards, so that's a good thing. I think all over the US, people recognize that IMGs make wonderful contributions to their programs. They diversify the program. They bring incredible knowledge that can be used for all different patient populations. If you have a doctor that's been practicing already in another country and you can bring them into their program, it really raises the level of the exposure of the program for in all good ways. So this is something that we've been very encouraged by, that they're continuing to accept IMGs in their programs. Also, IMGs will often fill places that are hard to fill, maybe rural programs or programs in primary care, that it can be difficult for a program to recruit and attract domestic graduates. So in the last match, as you can see, there were about 5,000 participants who were US citizens, and about almost 2/3 match, 67%. For non-US citizens, there were 8,469 participants, of which about 60% matched. And if you don't match the first year, you can obviously try again subsequent years, although it gets a little bit more difficult the more years you try to match. So what's coming new in 2024? This is really big. So we are launching, we've completely redone our systems, and we are launching MyInTeL on January 16th. So this is a new online environment for everything. It'll impact how everybody uses our services, from the users, the doctors, to medical schools, to all other people who are looking for information, all of our web-based applications, it's all being transformed. So hopefully this will be a smooth rollout. Fortunately, I'm not in the IT department. It's not my world, but I know that there's been a lot of work going into this, and it will launch in January. So to the recognized accreditation policy. This is something that ECFMG announced back in 2010, so 13 years ago. And at the time, what they announced was that beginning in 2023, all IMGs who graduated from a medical school outside of the US and want to seek ECFMG certification will have had to have graduated from a medical school accredited by an agency that has been reviewed and recognized by the World Federation for Medical Education. So that was the announcement back in 2010, which seemed like so long ago now, but it really, the last 13 years went by very quickly. And the policy has evolved over the years. So what it means now is that the same thing, you have to have graduated from a school that meets this recognized accreditation definition to meet the policy. But we've included the NCFMEA as part of the approved recognition bodies, in addition to the World Federation for Medical Education. Implementation. This is what has really changed in the last year. And I'll just highlight, first of all, the sentence there in red. It will no longer be a requirement in 2024 for eligibility for certification. It will be, everybody will remain eligible for certification and for the match and to take USMLE and everything. We will begin by reporting information, not by making people not eligible. That's how we're going to implement in 2024. Now, things can change down the road, but that's currently for 2024 what implementation means. It means reporting the information. So we're going to report a medical school's recognized accreditation status in the World Directory of Medical Schools. So when you go to look at the school in Poznan, you will be able to see in their entry that this school meets the recognized accreditation policy because you are accredited by an agency, your national agency, and that agency has gone through the NCFMEA process. So you will get a designation that says this school meets the recognized accreditation policy. We're also going to start reporting this designation of meeting the policy in EROS reports for IMGs who apply to training positions. So this is something that we are still working out. It will not be January 1st, 2024. I can guarantee you that. It will be sometime probably later in 2024, maybe a year from now, third quarter, where graduates will have on their status report an indication that their school meets the policy. If their school doesn't meet the policy, there will be no information there. It will not say this school does not meet the policy. There will just be zero information. And that's because a school could not meet the policy for many different reasons, and we didn't want to have to explain all of the different reasons. So there's going to be a huge education campaign that we're going to need to do to make sure everybody understands exactly what this means and what it doesn't mean, so that people don't read too much into it, but they understand exactly what this designation of meeting the recognized accreditation policy means. And we continue to update the website with additional information. You can find, I think we're going to come out with another communication soon. There's been a lot of confusion around this, and I think a lot of it is just people hearing what we had said previously, so then when we change the message, sometimes it doesn't always get through because people still have in mind the previous message, and part of it is it's just something that's kind of complicated because you've got multiple levels. You have the person, the school, the accreditor, the recognized accreditation system. So where you fall and what your perspective is changes, and it's difficult sometimes to make sure people understand the message that we're trying to get across. But the main thing is nobody will not be able to go through ECFMG certification due to this policy. Everybody will still be eligible if they were previously eligible. So the first agency, the one that's we talked about the most because it was the one that originally was going to be the only recognition system that we would accept, was the World Federation for Medical Education. This is an organization that's been around for, I think, 40 years or so. It's affiliated with the WHO, and they have a system to recognize accreditation agencies. So this map depicts where agencies have achieved recognition status. Those are the dark blue. The light blue are countries with agencies applying to the recognition program. You can see Poland there is applying. I know they have their application in. So what it is, it's a system where WFME has criteria, and they look at the accreditor and make sure the accreditor is basically doing what they say they do, and they have a good system for ensuring the quality of medical education. So the status confers the understanding that the quality of the accreditation of undergraduate medical ed schools is to an appropriate and rigorous standard. So WFME doesn't look at the schools. They only look at the accreditor. So they are not in there evaluating specific schools. So they would look at the accreditor in Poland. The accreditor in Poland would have to fill out a self-assessment. So it's really parallel to what a school does when it goes through accreditation. It's just the accreditor going through accreditation. So the accreditor fills out a self-assessment. There's a team appointed that goes and observes the accrediting agency in action, and they see if they evaluate the school, if they're doing everything they need to do, if they have the proper legal policies in place, and if they implement them, and if they're consistent with their decisions. So it's not that they say to one school, oh, you didn't really meet the standards, but that's fine because you have such a good reputation, we'll accredit you. They make sure that the accreditor is applying the standards consistently across the schools. So what's interesting here, I think, is that people thought, well, maybe only accreditors where there's a lot of graduates who want to come to the US will go through this system. But as you can see on the map, there's a lot of countries in Southeast Asia, for example, where we see very few IMGs come to the US that have gone through the system. Other places, there are lots of IMGs coming, but in general, it's been seen as accreditors as a great formative way to benchmark their system. Like, are we doing kind of what's considered highly appropriate across the world as far as accreditation? Not just we're doing this because we have to, because schools want it, because the students want it, because they want to go to the US. So accreditors find it very valuable to get feedback into their processes and systems to improve and make sure that they're functioning at a level that's considered kind of the worldwide benchmark for accrediting medical schools. So NCFMEA, again, this is a committee of the US Department of Education, and its purpose mainly is to ensure that the schools that are eligible to receive the direct federal loans are functioning in a way that would be equivalent to the accreditors use standards to accredit their medical schools that are comparable to the standards used to accredit medical schools in the US. But again, it's similar to WFME, but they have a different purpose, underlying purpose, and that's to ensure that the money that's being loaned to US students who go abroad is being loaned to schools, that the students are going to schools that are going to give them a good education, and that they are probably going to be successful when they come back to the US so they can pay back their loans. It's really to protect the US taxpayer is the purpose of this committee. And as you can see here, the countries that have been deemed comparable by NCFMEA, the ones in red are the ones that are not also already have achieved the WFME recognition status. So the Czech Republic, Israel, Poland, and the United Kingdom have all been deemed comparable through this NCFMEA process. The ones in black have also achieved the WFME status. So accreditors who currently meet the ECFMG or INTELTH recognized accreditation policy. Again, for WFME, there was 41 countries, and they function in 80 countries. 41 accreditors functioning in 80 countries. So many places in the world, accreditors function in more than one country. So some are opportunistic. They see that there is a need in other countries, and they say, well, we can go in and we can accredit your schools. In other places, maybe there's a region that's with a couple of countries that are very similar with language and culture, and they don't have very many medical schools, so they combine forces and they create one accreditor for a region. 14 accreditors are currently in the WFME recognition process. Again, Poland's currently in the process. So as I mentioned, there are 4 additional accreditors that are also deemed comparable. They don't use the word recognized, they call it comparability by NCFMEA for 84 countries in total. So again, this is not everybody. This is not the whole world. As you saw in previous slides, we certify people from about 157 different countries, not 84. So already you can see there would be people that would be not eligible for ECFMG certification were we to have implemented this policy the way we had previously stated it back in 2010. So there can be many reasons why a school might not be accredited by a recognized accrediting agency. Maybe there is no agency in the country. Maybe there is an agency, but the agency just has no interest in going through any recognition system. There could be many reasons. So we didn't want to disenfranchise anybody due to no fault of their own. Maybe they go to a very high quality school, it's just for whatever reason, 5 minutes? Okay, thanks, hasn't gone through the policy. So benefits of this policy. Encouraging accreditation efforts worldwide. Accreditation is something, I think it has high face validity. We're constantly doing research to try to link it to student and graduate outcomes. If you went to an accredited school, are you a better physician? It's kind of hard to make that link. There's a lot of other factors that are not related. It's not a causal thing, so it's difficult to sometimes make that very strong link, but we basically have all decided and come to the understanding that accreditation is generally a good thing to help ensure high-quality education. One of the huge benefits of this policy is it'll help people choose a medical school. If you want more information about a medical school, look for this recognized accreditation policy information. Is that medical school that you're considering in Poland, I'm thinking from a U.S. 18-year-old's perspective, is that school accredited? And you can say, oh yeah, it is. Oh, it met the recognized accreditation policy. This is one more piece of information you can use to make your decision. And then additional data for program directors. This is huge because with step 1 going pass-fail, that was something that program directors used to look at a lot, the score. They don't have that anymore. They get thousands of applications for their few positions. One more thing they can see, we think it'll be good if they can, they don't know they don't know the 3,000 schools in the world. If they can look at this and say, oh, wow, this school met the recognized accreditation policy. At least I don't have to worry that, about this quality of this school. It looks like this person came from a pretty good place. So that's another huge benefit for this recognized accreditation policy. And that was all I had. So just a couple of things. If you don't already, if you're not already signed up for our Focus newsletter, this is aimed at international medical schools. So go on to our website in the resources section and you can subscribe to the Focus. And you can also follow us on social media. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I hope that color of Poland on the map will change quickly to dark blue. Okay, thank you so much. So now let me introduce our next speaker, Dr. Boris Vilic, a distinguished figure from the National Board of Medical Examiners. So Doctor will be sharing with us the latest developments at NBME, including in science, systematic change to promote diversity, equality and inclusion, and the integration of artificial intelligence. So please join me in giving a warm welcome to Dr. Boris Vilic. Thank you.
Dobry den. If I can start with maybe a personal note. When I first received the invitation, my mind went back to the late 80s and early 90s and the changes that were happening in Europe at the time. And growing up in Croatia, I was certainly part of it. It was the time before the internet, before Google, before YouTube, when the cost of a 1-minute phone call to the United States was $2.50. We didn't have PDFs, we didn't have internet materials to look up. And I was in the first generation in Croatian public schools that studied in the English language. And I know how difficult it was to actually begin that venture. And I don't know if there were any original faculty here who started this program in the English language, but as an educator myself now, going back to that time, I'm not quite sure that I would have the courage and vulnerability in front of my students to teach in a foreign language, despite the resources, for example, that we have available now. So you certainly have my admiration for starting this program 30 years ago. That said, I'd like to share with you a couple of things about NBME and perhaps the things that you may not be aware about NBME. I will not talk about the STEP exams or the process, but maybe some of the things on how we can help you increase student learning outcomes. So the first thing that I'd like to share with you is that 2 years ago, NBME created a quasi-endowment and started its own de facto foundation. So through the foundation, we support a variety of causes. So our target areas are advancing assessment and medical education and research, providing resources to fortify the success of traditionally underserved learners, supporting capacity building and resources per pathway or pipeline programs to impact diversity, equity, inclusion in the medical and assessment professions, and funding organizations that advance health equity and access to other social determinants of health. some of the examples of that work, we just recently launched Emerging Innovators Grants. These are grants of $50,000. I believe you're welcome to apply for them, that are really aimed to promote equitable assessment in medical education. We funded student scholarships, such as, for example, with the Center for Measurement of Justice of Inaugural, and we have an inaugural dissertation fellow. And we're about to launch the announcement for the Strategic Educator Enhancement Fund fellowships. These fellowships are meant for early career faculty, those without research competencies, to really learn how to create good research in medical assessment. And they're supported by senior faculty from University of Pennsylvania and Michigan. And again, I encourage you to, if you haven't signed up for MBME updates, please do. And those opportunities will be announced through those. So if any of your faculty would like to participate, you're welcome to apply. We're also funding a couple of pathway programs. So for example, Total Experience Learning is a startup in Reading, Pennsylvania, that we're trying to bring to Philadelphia area, an example of their work, and I've never seen anything like it, but they work with children in K through 12, so in primary and secondary education. They have the only histology and pathology lab for example, fifth graders in the United States that's made safe for children. So far from their program, children have created 13 patents, I believe. Some of those patents are, I think a 14-year-old created an app that takes a picture of a wound, analyzes where it's skin or tissue, and custom prints a 3D Band-Aid on a 3D tissue printer. Two other 14-year-old girls received a patent for conversion of chicken manure, which is the #1 environmental issue in Pennsylvania, to glass by using the chemical compounds are similar. So we're really looking to excite more children about careers in STEM. We also supported the Delaware Valley DEI Consortium. These are 6 medical schools in the city of Philadelphia to have them collaborate on different pathways programs to attract more underrepresented in medicine students to their schools. And we're also supporting building the next generation of academic programs. And this is an interesting program out of New Mexico that works with medical students to create what the program defines as pre-faculty. So these medical students are working with faculty to create research and to really help excite them about opportunities in academic medicine. So these are the types of opportunities. Like I said, I encourage you to apply for anything that is available and just sign up for MBM updates, and those will be advertised through it. This year, we supported the inaugural Equity in Measurement and Assessment Conference. It is critical for us in MBME that we don't partake in perpetuating stereotypes and biases in our assessment. So some of the examples, for example, in the United States is communities of color were associated with diabetes. We know that that's a stereotype that is not actually correct. Diabetes is associated with socioeconomic determinants of medicine, not with one's race. So we do have a panel of prominent medical educators that is guiding all of our work to make sure that across our portfolio, we remove bias and stereotypes as much as we can. Recently, in June of this year, we launched the Insights tool for any of your students that take our self-assessments to prepare for the STEP exams. That tool is available free of charge already through MyMBME. And what it is, it's an interactive visualization platform that allows students to easily access score reports, review question details and rationales from MBME self-assessments, and then view, filter, and sort results. Since June, about 33,000 medical students throughout the world, about 20% of them are from outside the United States, have already accessed it and used it. And again, there is no cost to using this tool. The goal is for students to gain insights from detailed data to inform learning and remediation so they can see their performance over time. If they take self-assessment forms multiple times as they prepare, they can see the areas where they're improving and where they're not improving. They can see performance trends based on content categories, content areas that demonstrate relatively strong and weaker performance, and even things such as time spent on questions. So students can sort based on time spent on questions. So for example, If you see that you correctly answered the question, but it took you 4 minutes to answer that question, maybe you were not as prepared as you'd like to be. It's a comprehensive resource that consolidates all results and answer explanations in one place. What we're hearing, or what we've heard from stakeholders about Insights, is that learners, learning specialists, faculty, and administrators desire greater access to assessment data that allows for a more consolidated, progressive, holistic, and interactive experience that generates insights into what individuals and groups of learners know and don't know, and how that learning is changing over time. Paired with the principle that the right tool will rapidly and easily drive insights, not just access to data. So this is what it looks like. If you can actually see, the student sees the score, that 98% is psychometrically measured likelihood of passing the STEP exam if taken within a week under similar circumstances. So when you take the self-assessment, you will sort of get a guidance on whether you're prepared or not. We are hearing questions from students, why don't you just tell me yes or no? That is not sort of how it works in psychometrics, so we do give that psychometrically analyzed likelihood. Students can sort on questions that they got right, questions that they got wrong. They can actually see the content area. So for example, if psychiatry is 3%, but surgery 15%, you do equally poorly in both, maybe study surgery because that's more likely to increase your score because it's a larger percent of the exam. Students can see the question on the actual question text. They can see the rationale behind the question. So our goal in giving this much detail to students is really to help them prepare for the STEP exams. It used to be that, when we go to student conferences, students would tell us, so what should I do? Should I take the self-assessment? Should I purchase UWorld? How do I best prepare? And for anybody who has worked with students, it is so difficult to give a cookie-cutter approach because every student is an individual, right? So this Insights tool actually helps personalize the feedback to the students so they can most efficiently study and prepare for the STEP exams. It's a little difficult to see, but on the right-hand side, you will see little green arrows or little red arrows pointing down. So these are indications that student learning is improving. As you know, the score may be higher, but if it's not statistically significantly higher, then there is nothing next to that improvement area. If it is statistically significant improvement, then it's a green up arrow. If the content knowledge has decreased, then the little red arrow is pointing down. On the roadmap, there's further improvements to this tool. Right now, it's just self-assessments. The goal is, I believe in January, we'll be launching the custom assessment services data. Some of those, depending on how secure the content is, the students won't be able to see the actual question, but they'll see the score. And our hope is to launch the school dashboard so that schools can actually analyze the learnings from their students so that it can drive curriculum improvement, faculty development, and everything that you do. Our vision, like I said, is to empower learners through portfolio-based data visualization and analytics tools, progressively add MBA data to enable a more holistic, longitudinal, comprehensive, and learning-oriented experience, and to promote systematic sharing capabilities for learners and advisors and mentors. And for medical schools, the goal is to facilitate and aggregate data views to support curriculum evaluation, accreditation, and other needs more efficiently and effectively. The other tool that we just launched this month, I believe some of your schools may use CAS, but this month we launched CAS Practice, a non-proctored version of our item bank to enable you to really assess for learning and create more formative experiences for students rather than the proctored version of the test. It's a different data bank, but you end up getting the same analysis as you would with a traditional CAS. The launch of this tool was directly in feedback from our stakeholders who were asking for a non-proctored practice version to create shorter assessments and really provide formative feedback to students. Item analysis app can be utilized by faculty to conduct post-administration reviews of all of the sort of psychometric analysis, and everything is done for you from the tool. This is just some examples. You may be familiar with this. The reports are grouped separately from CAS proctored exams. Item analysis apps is accessible on the resource column, and the faculty can utilize post-administration exam reviews. And again, we just launched it this month. Another thing that at NBME we're working on, and the decision was made last week to include it as a part of our portfolio, is a new item type. So I know my colleague talked about the MCQs and really being currently the most reliable sort of, especially when it comes to assessing thousands and thousands of learners that we do at NBME. But the short answer and rationale provision item is a new item type that we will be rolling out fairly quickly. And like I said, this is sort of hot off the press internally in the building. The announcement was made last week that we're doing it. What a SHARP item looks like. So what you see is sort of a patient chart and the patient history and everything that you would encounter in a patient encounter. And then the student is asked to identify the most likely diagnosis. What you see here is the absence of one of the four choices, with one being correct. So student actually has to know the right answer. And the tool is smart enough to sort of, I don't want to say ignore, but recognize sort of spelling errors and the different ways in how the same diagnosis could be represented. After the student is asked this, so in this case, for example, plantar fasciitis is the correct answer. Then the student is asked to choose up to 5 pieces of information on the patient chart that best support plantar fasciitis as the most likely diagnosis. So then the student actually selects what supports that diagnosis. We're getting a lot of great feedback from faculty who are excited about this because it just gives us a different way, especially to assess clinical knowledge with students. Some of the research programs that we're working on, we have a very active Office of Research Strategy. About 25 PhD level psychometricians are in the building. And that's an important part of MBA's work. So for example, we did a study that explored the relationship between USMLE performance and disciplinary actions in practice. There is a strong correlation between the STEP score and the number of disciplinary actions against physicians. It is sort of intuitive to say the more medicine you know, the more likely you are to better treat your patients. But it was really important for us to scientifically sort of demonstrate the value of the STEP exams. Another study that we did was an examination of the associations among USMLE Step 3 scores and the likelihood, that's the same, between the licensing examination performance and the outcomes of care by international medical school graduates. I believe last week in AMA, there was a study that NBME did that was finally published that looked at patient outcomes in 5 major diseases categories in Pennsylvania and found correlation that those outcomes are correlated strongly with the STEP exams. Now we're looking to actually look at nationally to see if we can establish the same correlation, not just in the state of Pennsylvania. We are actively involved in promoting fairness in the UME to GME transition. It was really interesting. I spent 2 weeks ago, I spent a few days at the University of Zagreb Medical School and their English language program and learned about the UME to GME challenges within the European Union for students. As NBME, what we're seeing is that more systemic change is needed. We remain a proponent of holistic review of residency applications. Some of you, I'm sure you know that we changed Step 1 score from an actual score to pass-fail. My colleague gives a good analogy. Our goal was to sort of see the ripple effects of that change to promote a more holistic review and to explain the Step 1 exam is a reliable and valid tool for licensure examination, it was never meant to be used as a vocational test. The score does not indicate whether you will be a better radiologist or a surgeon. The test was just not written for that. So our goal in moving into pass-fail was to sort of, when you throw a pebble into a pond and you see the ripple effect of changes. That hasn't happened yet. It was, and my colleague says, it was more like throwing a pebble into sand where it just falls down and nothing happens. But we are working actively to promote the more holistic review and reduce the over-reliance on the score in the GME selection process. We know that automating sorting and filtering in the GME space is inherently incompatible with holistic review. So we partner with a number of organizations. There will be more information coming at the AAMC next week in Seattle about our efforts to promote fairness and equity. What we're seeing currently is that the transition does not generate the physician workforce in the United States that is adequate for the needs of the country, especially when it comes to numerous demographic groups. That includes IMGs that face systemic barriers by some residency programs. We're calling for greater transparencies for programs to be more transparent about the types of applicants so that they don't end up getting 8,000 applications when many of those applicants will never be considered for their programs. These are some of the organizations that we have been working for, and our hope is to create a system that is more fair to everybody, to students, to graduate program directors, to medical schools, and like I said, more fair, more equitable. We are actively investing in artificial intelligence efforts. We recently created the Artificial Intelligence Center of Excellence that is looking to guide us sort of both on the ethical side but also on the product end in terms of how we incorporate AI in our functions. I'm listing this AI bot chapter GPT passes medical licensing exam without credentials. That certainly hit the news. It was big news in the MedEd community. Let me just be perfectly clear. The USMLE exam is a secure content. ChatGPT has never had access to it. So it is not true that ChatGPT actually passed the USMLE, certainly probably a variant of it. What we know is that we certainly expect the AI types of tools to get better over time. We don't see them as a threat. We actually see them as something that can help improve medical education assessment for us. But I wanted to sort of say that loud and clear. You will see more guidance from us. Like I said, our Center of Excellence is working to really articulate MBME positions. For example, one of the concerns for us are the ChatGPT hallucinations. And by that, what we mean, when it's incorrect, it's very confident. And it appears, to somebody who may not know the content that it's correct, but it's still incorrect. So we are actively being involved with AI and ChatGPT. Some of the comments why we feel it's not a threat to the USMLE. ChatGPT, a large language model developed by OpenAI, is a powerful tool for natural language processing. We don't feel it's a threat. One reason for this is that USMLE is a highly specialized exam that tests a wide range of medical knowledge, including anatomy, physiology, pharmacology, and other areas that require deep understanding of the subject matter. ChatGPT, while impressive in its ability to generate human-like text, is not specifically designed to test medical knowledge and is not a substitute for the rigorous training and education required to become a licensed physician. The USMLE is designed to test critical thinking and problem-solving skills, which are essential for providing safe and effective patient care, and ChatGPT is just a tool that generates text-based based on patterns learned from training data. It does not have the ability to think critically or solve problems in the way that a human physician would. And keep in mind, some of these models, for example, ChatGPT is based on the publicly available data up to 2021, so we will see improvements. We're working on how to create, for example, we don't feed our data to ChatGPT, but how to create tools that is based on our data that can help support the medical education community. The ethical considerations are key to us. ChatGPT can actually continue to promote bias and stereotypes because it's based on publicly available information. So that's something that we are keenly working on. If you'd like to get more information, I posted the link about our statement on the use of AI in meta assessment. That said, that sort of brings me to the end, and I think I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, so thank you, Boris, for sharing so valuable information with us. We will have one more topic today, one more lecture today connected with artificial intelligence and ChatGPT after the break, because right now it's a time for a well-deserved break. So 20 minutes coffee break, and see you back here at 11. Thank you so much for the first part of our conference. Thank you.
pierwszy na świecie tablet 3D. On jest naprawdę 3D.
Naprawdę 3D?
Dlatego chcę o tym powiedzieć, że on wygląda jak normalny tablet. To też jest
Ale nie
normalny
ma pani
tablet.
racji,
Można
naprawdę.
fantastycznie powiększać. To jest taka...
So before we start our next part, we have a small announcement for you.
Yes. Good morning, everybody. My name is Małgorzata Heidel-Pobojewska, and I represent a Human Body Universe company. We have a stand, and we would like to invite you to take part in special workshops for teachers, in which we will present real dissection room specimens in 3D visualization. So we would like you to introduce a brand new 3D tablet. It's a real 3D. If you approach it, you will see this picture coming out from the tablet. And these are real specimens, top quality. So this is the first in the world anatomy atlas on the 3D technology. Since we have a limited number of equipment, we would like you, those who are interested, to please visit our stand and register so that we know how big groups will be, and then we can make an appropriate preparation for you. These workshops will be held in room C, here in the first floor. So thank you very much for your attention, and welcome to our workshops.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. So now I'm delighted to introduce our next speaker. So ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is Dr. Sarah Keith, hailing from the USA and representing Lecturia company. She will be shedding light on the role of artificial intelligence. So this is a continuation of the Boris speech. In medical education, Sarah brings a wealth of knowledge on this cutting-edge topic. So I have to say that I even love ChatGPT. So Sarah, welcome.
Thank you. Today I'm going to be giving you some frameworks for using AI in medical education and talking a little bit about predictions for the future, how we might be using it going forward. So I wanted to make sure we are all on the same page with the terms that we are using. So when we talk about generative AI, that's the larger category of deep learning models, and they're generating text, images, now some video, and that's all based on whatever data we've put in to train them on. So when we talk about ChatGPT, for example, that is a large language model. And a large language model, or an LLM, is a type of artificial intelligence algorithm. So when we talk about ChatGPT in the general, we're really talking about LLMs. And so that can be ChatGPT, Bard, Claude, Google's new MedPalm. There are a lot of LLMs out there. I might use the term ChatGPT. I'm really talking about LLMs. And so artificial intelligence, we throw that term around a lot. It means simulating human intelligence in machines. So it's performing tasks that would normally require a human to perform. All right, so now that we're all on the same page and we're all going to be using the same terms as we talk about this, and we also had a really nice introduction from Boris in the previous talk, we'll talk about where we are today. So here are some recent headlines on artificial intelligence and ChatGPT in medical education, and they range from the good to the bad and everywhere in between. If you check the news every day, you're going to get new headlines on artificial intelligence and what's happening in medical education. For example, the examples of, oh, it's passed this exam, or it's made this diagnosis. There's a lot of news out there about ChatGPT. There are a lot of challenges that we don't know how to solve yet. So I want to ask, how many of you have already used or tried ChatGPT or other large language models? Oh, good, good. So how many of you have had this experience? You got excited about AI and ChatGPT. You tried a few prompts. You didn't get what you thought you would. You adjusted the prompts. Maybe you got frustrated. Maybe you've now started bookmarking prompts on the internet. Oh, I saw this on LinkedIn. I saw this on Facebook. You've started saving those. You're going to come back to it when you have time. Has anybody had that experience? Just me? Okay. So here's an example of a simple prompt. This is a very short prompt that someone might put into ChatGPT or other LLMs. I'm going to show you an example of better prompts as we go along, but this is where we might start out. For example, if we were a medical student, we might put in this kind of prompt to get some flashcards to help us study. And it would generate flashcards. There's also text-to-image systems. In case you haven't played around with any of these before, they are fascinating. Here's some examples: DALL-E, Midjourney, Adobe Firefly, that requires a subscription to Adobe, and Stable Diffusion. I'll show you a couple of examples, but the ones you see here, the description put into DALL-E is a photograph of a teacher who holds a speech in a large auditorium. So you can see the images that have been generated just from that description. Here's some from Adobe Firefly. The prompt is a nurse checking patient records on the counter of a hospital. So you can do different kinds of images. And one thing that's fascinating about Firefly is if you want to add an item to the image, you can just indicate where you want it to go, say what kind of item you'd like to add, and it will input a microscope or a laptop or whatever it is you'd like to add to that image. It's pretty impressive. Stable Diffusion is also open source and free. It can create much more complex images, as you can see here. It is not necessarily so user-friendly, and at the bottom you'll see this quote in green. This is from someone on our production team. It's easy to learn, but it's hard to master. And I thought that quote was really representative of so many of these AI tools, whether it's ChatGPT or Stable Diffusion or any of these. They're easy to learn, sure, you just put in a prompt. But it's hard to master. It's hard to make it give you back exactly what you want, whether that's as an educator, whether that's as a learner, whether that's as just someone who wants to use it for your own purposes. So let's talk about the current challenges, some of the current challenges of using AI in medical education. So people are already using these tools. Medical students, as you can see, are using these tools to study, to learn, hopefully not to do their work for them. Residents are using these tools. You can use it to ask questions about a research paper. You can inquire of the paper questions that you might have. It's fascinating. And patients are absolutely using these tools for self-diagnosis. So in the past decade, we've all used Dr. Google to see what our symptoms might be. Now we've taken that a step forward. That's part of Google's MedPalm initiative, is to create something that's a little bit more reliable for patients to use. But my point here is that medical students are already using these tools, residents are already using these tools, and patients are already using these tools. So here are some of the known challenges of using artificial intelligence and large language models in medical education. The first one is trust. The hallucination of sources has already been mentioned. And what else is happening? Can we trust this as a source? Privacy is a huge concern. Anything you put into ChatGPT, if you're putting it into an open model, is then going to be used to train that model. And if you have sensitive information, that's feeding right into that. Integrity. Are students using this to cheat? That's the biggest question. I'm going to talk about a larger vision of integrity in just a little while, but it's a huge concern. And then decision making. We would like to think that we could use AI to make unbiased decisions, and it's possible to do that. But we don't always know how these algorithms are making those decisions. We have a black box problem here, and a black box means we can see the input going in, we can see the output that comes out, but we don't really know what's happening inside the box. We don't really know how it's making those decisions, and that should give us some concern. So, we've talked about a lot of the problems and the challenges. Let's focus on perhaps problems that AI can help us solve today in medical education. I want to give you a learner-centered framework to move forward, and I've used a graphic here from an article that my learning science team wrote on using ChatGPT as a standardized patient. That article is already out of date. So I don't want to talk about specific applications like that today. Instead, I want to talk about the framework that we might use going forward. Hopefully that will give us something that won't be out of date tomorrow or next week. So I want to talk today about Bloom's 2 Sigma problem. This is one framework of using AI in medical education. It is not the only framework, there are many, but it is a framework that we might be able to use. So, you might have heard of Bloom's taxonomy, I hope that you have. So, Benjamin Bloom was an educational psychologist, and Bloom's taxonomy is a way of thinking about learning, writing learning objectives, etc. This is probably more familiar to many of us in education. But the same Benjamin Bloom also came up with Bloom's 2 Sigma problem. So, what is that? This refers to the educational phenomenon that the average student, when tutored one-on-one, using mastery learning techniques, performs 2 standard deviations better than students who are educated in a traditional classroom environment. So that's what this graph is showing. We're seeing the traditional environment first, conventional classroom. That middle curve is using mastery learning techniques in a group setting, in a classroom. And I'll describe mastery learning in just a moment. And then the one-on-one mentorship is shown on that yellow or orange curve, and it's 2 standard deviations higher. And what I want to point out there is that the very best students are equivalent no matter what method we're using. The very best students are going to learn. It's the students in that bottom tercile or bottom quartile that we're mainly concerned about. So you can see the big shift is with the students who are at the bottom of the curve. So this is exciting because this is where AI tutors can help us. So with mastery learning, we're talking about frequent formative assessment, low stakes assessment, as we heard earlier this morning. We're talking about feedback, focused feedback, specific feedback, not only in the form of you got this right or wrong, but why? Why did you get it right or wrong? And then individualized corrective instruction. So for example, a learner makes an error, the tutor points out the error very clearly, we talk about why, and then following up with further explanation and clarification to ensure understanding. So why aren't we all teaching one-on-one? Well, I think that we know why. We don't have enough instructors to do that. And the instructors we do have don't have time to do that. Student time is also limited. They're busy too. And especially in the last few years, students have really gotten used to learning asynchronously, or at least having the option to learn asynchronously and online. So these are all challenges and reasons why we haven't been teaching one-on-one. So I want to talk about AI-enabled tutoring, and I'm going to show you examples from the Lecturio platform. Obviously, there are other examples out there. And it enables us to do one-on-one tutoring for any student at any time. So you can see on the right an example of the AI tutor. Let's see. Oh, that works great. So the AI tutor, I'll focus in on this so you can read it a little better. For example, it's giving hints of all the risks associated with a cesarean delivery. This is the most common in addition to hemorrhage. It is important for the patient to be educated about it. What is your answer? And then the student answers, that's not the correct answer. That is a risk, but there's another complication that's even more common. And so it's giving hints. So prior to AI, on the Lecturio platform, for example, we were giving formative assessment. We were giving corrective instruction in terms of an explanation. Here's the correct answer. This is after the student has answered. If they gave an incorrect answer, they would get information about that as well. Remedial videos and book references. With an AI tutor, they can get more feedback and individualized corrective instruction. So for example, good effort, but that's not the correct answer. Remember, the resistance to blood flow is inversely proportional to the radius of the blood vessel to the fourth power. Think about how the stenosis of the internal carotid artery would affect the resistance. And so the student is trying and trying. Now, this doesn't automatically happen. The student has to choose to consult the AI tutor. So if they already know the answer to the question and they don't need this, that's fine. But this is there. It's available for students who need a little help. And it's not just giving them a hint. It's really directed, corrective, individual feedback and corrective instruction. So the reason we're doing this, the reason this is helpful for students from a learning perspective is because they're encouraged to think about their answers, that's active learning, and they're comparing those answers to the mental models that they already have or building schemas. So schemas are our mental models that help us organize our information. When we get new information, we put it into our mental schemas. So whatever you already know about AI, if I'm saying anything new, you're fitting that in to the schemas that you have. And tonight when you go to sleep, your brain will consolidate that information into your schemas, and it will help you modify that schema. It's important for active learning and retrieval. So when we do active learning, when a student does active learning, they form schemas, they add additional information, and modify and enhance their mental models. So we know that this works based on cognitive science and neuroscience. With metacognition, we're helping them think about their own thinking, and so forth. So this slide says AI tutoring can solve Bloom's 2 sigma problem. I want to focus on the word can. I cannot promise you that it does solve it completely. I think this is the very beginning of what we're going to see with AI tutors and AI coaches, especially in medical education. And I think this is always going to be in conjunction with a live human faculty or mentor or coach. I do not anticipate AI taking the place of any faculty. Humans' instruction is still so valuable. But I do think there is a massive advantage, especially for students we know need remediation, students who we know need more help, with giving them formative assessment, feedback, and individualized corrective instruction. So we can see that here. This is what they're getting. They're doing a formative assessment, they're getting immediate feedback and individualized corrective instruction. So this can help solve many of the challenges that we've already talked about. We don't have enough instructors to teach one-on-one. The instructors don't have time to teach one-on-one or coach one-on-one. The students need to do this on their own time. and students want to learn asynchronously and remotely for some things. So using artificial intelligence in this way can help solve many of these issues. Now, I want to talk about a user-centered future. I'm going to give you some predictions for the future, a prediction, and we'll see what you think. But first, let's talk very briefly about prompt engineering. So generative AI models are truly amazing, but it is difficult to get them to do what we want every time. That's been my experience. I think I know what I'm going to get when I put the prompt in, and what comes out is not exactly what I thought it was going to be. This is the simple prompt we saw earlier about the flashcards. Now, this is considered a very simple prompt. I don't want to say a bad prompt, but it's not going to give us the best result. And I'm going to show you what a good prompt actually looks like. Whoa. This is what a good descriptive prompt looks like for a large language model. It would take me a lot of trial and effort to get to this prompt in its final version. I'll pause. I see people taking pictures. Feel free to do that. Now, here are some tips for prompting. So being specific, breaking it down into chunks, giving it an example of what you want is hugely helpful, and refining and experimenting. It has to be an agile process. You have to refine, experiment, trial and error. Here's some more ideas. Go ahead and copy a good prompt if you find it online. It's perfectly acceptable to do that, to copy a prompt. You're going to get something a little bit different every time. Trial and error. Have a promptathon. Get some people together in your department, students, faculty, get together and start writing some prompts for study materials. See what happens. See what you can come up with that you can share with each other. And I cannot emphasize this enough. Please ask your computing, engineering, and data colleagues for help. They are so smart. They are so helpful. They love to be asked. Please invite them into this conversation. However, here's my prediction. In the next 12 to 18 months, you will not need to know how to write prompts anymore. You are going to move to using application layers. Those will lie between you and the prompt layer of artificial intelligence and large language models. And I'll show you what I mean by that. And by the way, I did talk to several data scientists and people who work in IT about this prediction, and they all agreed with me that this is the way it's going. So you can see, here's an example of an application layer in between the user and ChatGPT or other AI models. This application layer, a blog post writer, a spreadsheet analyzer, a vacation planner, etc. Those are application layers, and I'll show you some examples. But I think in 12 to 18 months, we're going to think about writing prompts for ChatGPT the way we now think about writing Visual Basic. Does anybody still have to write Visual Basic in order to do your job? No? Me neither. So I think that's the way that we're going. So I want us to think about this in kind of two perspectives. For students, a personalized tutor. For faculty, a digital teaching assistant. Oh, and these are images from the Lecturio platform. Nice little dashboard here. That NBME dashboard made me think of that. All right, let's talk about the application layer. As an example, I'm going to show you about an AI question writer that we've just rolled out at Lecturio. So it helps educators write questions using AI in a way that's fast and accurate and entirely under the educator's control. So is this safe to use? This is a question for anything you're doing with ChatGPT or other large language models. And this flowchart is from UNESCO. And So you can see at the start, does it matter if the output is true? Now you might think, well, of course, all of the output has to be true, but think about the images we generated. Does it have to be a real nurse in that picture? Does that matter? Maybe not. So it doesn't really matter if that output is true. But for writing questions, I think it does matter. Those need to be true. So do you have the expertise to verify that the output is accurate? I think you do. If you're teaching medical education, you have the expertise to verify that. Are you willing to take full responsibility for missed inaccuracies? I think that most of us are. If you've been writing questions yourself or using a human question writer, you still take responsibility for that. And so in that case, you can use ChatGPT or other large language models, but I always recommend that you verify it. Please check it just like you would if you were using a human question writer. Okay, so inside Lecturio, this AI question generator is inside the administration dashboard. And here's an example of what it looks like on the screen. So I'll show you what is here, and then we'll talk about what isn't here. So choose your subject, anatomy, question style, what kind of question are we going to do? Is this medical, nursing, etc.? Level of difficulty, this is an easy question. So additional emails for question context. I just copied and pasted a couple of sentences about the anatomy of the eye because we wanted a question about the eye. So just saying anatomy wouldn't get us there. We just needed a little bit about the eye. I want to add the explanation. Click the button. Now, what you don't see here is the prompt. You don't see anything describing what a USMLE question is. You don't see anything describing how many question answers do you want, how long should the explanations be, what kind of sources are we using. You don't see any of that here. This is what I mean by the application layer. The prompt is invisible. You don't have to put it in. You just make the selection of the items that you want without having to write the prompt. And so when I say that we're moving away from having to write prompts, we're moving toward application layers, this is an example of that. So this is the question that was generated. And remember, this is an easy question. A 25-year-old patient presents with a sudden loss of vision in one eye. On examination, a retinal detachment is suspected. The retina is part of which layer of the eye and what is its primary function? So it gives us an answer and some distractors. I also wanted to point out the learning objective because this is going to look different depending on the level of difficulty we've selected. And remember, you didn't put in any kind of instruction about a learning objective for this question. The only input I gave it was a couple of sentences about the anatomy of the eye. So in this case, the learning objective is students should be able to identify the different layers of the eye and understand their primary functions in vision. So that's a relatively low-level learning objective because this is an easy question. Now, I've asked it for a hard question, and I've changed it to the heart, anatomy of the heart. So again, I've copy and pasted. You can't see all of the sentences I've copy-pasted, but there's 3 or 4 sentences about the anatomy of the heart. That's all that I've put in. So I want you to see how the question becomes more difficult. Based on the patient's symptoms and medical history, which of the following is the most likely diagnosis? And then it gives us answers. And the learning objective is different. And again, I did not put this in. The question writer came up with the learning objective on its own. The goal of this question is to understand the signs and symptoms of heart failure and to differentiate between systolic and diastolic heart failure. All right, so this is based in a model of user acceptance of LMS, and so there are a lot of factors in how technology can be assimilated by the users in a higher education setting. These are 5 factors that are very important to using any kind of new technology. So if you want people in your department to use new technology, these are the factors that are relevant. And this is where application layers like a question writer are helpful because they're easy to use, they save time, and you don't need as much training and support to use them. All right, now I have some general recommendations for educators. So these are the challenges we discussed at the beginning: trust, privacy, integrity, and decision-making. I'm going to address each of these in turn. Trust. I don't know if I can trust the sources. That's true. You need to talk about that with your students. Discuss the reliability of ChatGPT. Is it hallucinating references? Ask them to produce some things in a large language model and ask them to critique and confirm those results. Talk about it together. Always check the content, any content that you produce. Teach students about machine learning. I talked to some educators in the States who are adding machine learning to their medical school curriculum. The more they know about the algorithms and how to define variables, the better their understanding will be of how to use this. If you're using an application layer, such as Lecturio's AI question writer, you need to verify the results, just like you would if you were using a human question writer. Okay, privacy. Don't put protected data into an open large language model. Do not put your students' grades or applications or patient data into a large language model, I beg you. And please teach everyone in your organization about this. If you want to use AI for things like residency applications, consider a private instance, and you can talk to your institution's data protection officer about a private instance of ChatGPT. Okay, integrity. I encourage you to explore a broader vision of integrity and what human contributions mean, because we are threatened by AI taking our jobs. One of the things I do at work is write. I write copy sometimes. I'm a writer. Guess what? AI can do that. AI can do it better than me in a lot of cases. But I have other contributions to give, and those are the things I need to focus on. And as your students are learning, you need to think very carefully and think hard about what is the human contribution, what is the value that we as humans bring. If we are assessing our students only on the criteria that ChatGPT can reproduce, then we're not doing them any favors. So we need to expand our vision of integrity and what we're thinking about with the human contribution to medicine. I've given some examples here that can help you also with the integrity issue. Ask students to develop a prompt for study materials. Bring it to class, share it, talk about it together. All right, and decision-making. As I've mentioned, add machine learning to your curriculum if that's a possibility. Invite data scientists and engineers to the conversation. Explore the nuances of algorithmic decision-making to reduce bias. If you are putting data in that is biased, the resulting decisions will be biased. So think hard about the way we're coding our existing biases into these algorithms. And I also want to acknowledge that human decision-making is also a black box. We can see what goes into the brain, you can hear what's coming out, but you can't really see what's happening inside. I know the neuroscientists might disagree with me a little bit there, but I think that decision-making is a black box, whether we're talking about an algorithm or whether we're talking about a human. And here are some resources to explore. I'll pause here for a moment in case you want to snap a picture. Healthcare AI News, it's a great newsletter. The New England Journal of Medicine is coming out with an AI publication. There's a couple of sources here for writing good prompts. There's one at the bottom for teaching with ChatGPT. And I'm also very excited to learn more about the NBME's Center of Excellence for AI. Pause for just a moment. All right. Okay, so these are two ways of thinking about frameworks for medical education. For students as a personalized tutor, for faculty as a digital teaching assistant. And if you have any questions or you'd like to know more, please feel free to reach out. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Sarah, for this fascinating presentation on AI in medical education. So now it is my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Professor Andrzej Kononowicz. He comes to us from Jagiellonian University in Poland, Krakow. He will be discussing the balance between embracing emerging digital technologies and the human insight in clinical reasoning. Please join me in welcome Professor Kononowicz. Thank you.
So first of all, thank you for inviting me to give this lecture. My aim today is to show you how emerging digital technologies can influence clinical reasoning, both the opportunities and the potential risks. I'd like to conclude my presentation with giving you five strategies how to strike the balance between technology and clinical reasoning. So I'd like to start with making sure that we share the same understanding of basic terms. It might seem to be easy, but actually what is clinical reasoning is still a subject of dispute. What I understand under this term is the thinking and acting process of health professionals, so not just medical doctors, but also other health professions like nurses, in assessment, diagnostic, and management. So not just diagnosis, but management decisions are included in that as well. So all happens in clinical situations that take also into account the patient's specific circumstances and preferences. What are emerging digital health technologies is actually a moving target. And it might change significantly even in 1 month, as large language models quite clearly demonstrated end last year. But in general, these are technologies that intersect with medicine and include machine learning, health apps, telehealth, and also wearables. Wearables refer to electronic devices that are worn accessories on a human body and are able to monitor health outcomes, health measures like heart rate, like sleep patterns, physical activity. There are many different types of wearables. The most popular are actually those which are wrist worn, like smartwatches, wristbands, but there are also those worn on hips, like smart belts on chest, like smart vests, and several more. The number of papers that discuss the application of wearables in medicine increased 10 times in the last decade. And it regards almost all medical fields, including cardiology, internal medicine, neurology, psychiatry, and many more. So what is the added value of wearables for clinical reasoning? Definitely we can augment data collection. So we are less confined by the brief moment of a medical visit. We do not need to rely that much on a patient's report that might suffer from recall bias by not justified contextual links. There are actually so many data points now we can collect that a new term has been coined, digital phenotyping, which actually means to collect or to build a digital profile of our patient based on the different data sources, including wearable devices, but also smartphones. And this all can thanks to machine learning, thanks to AI, give us a signature or help us to identify a signature of a complex disease which is difficult to identify otherwise. This has many applications, for instance, in mental health, to monitor, to detect periods of depression, of anxiety, of stress. Now, what is the dark side of that? Well, definitely privacy. Even though the producers of those devices assure that all happens with patient consent, that the data is analyzed anonymously and is stored securely, you need to acknowledge a few outcomes or a few findings from recent years, from recent studies. So it was, for instance, shown that around 97 people read privacy statements that would require 30 minutes to read in less than 50 seconds. Some of the parameters that are measured and regarded to be anonymous, like geolocations, for instance, are not really anonymous. A study by New York Times journalist has compellingly shown how knowing some basic facts about individuals, like the rough area of residence and workplace, it's possible to identify from a large anonymous data set, the individuals, and further make some correct assertments on the private life of those people. And there are some spectacular security breaches reported in popular news. Here's just one of the examples. A problem is also reliability of the data. The devices are often validated by producers, not independently. They assume that the patient has some digital skills that not always might be given, and in fact complies with all the recommendations how to use it. Now, machine learning algorithms are celebrated for reaching or even surpassing human expert skills in diagnosis particular diseases in area and as radiology, like dermatology. So far, these were mainly very limited fields of application. Now the excitement of last months actually, comes from large language models already introduced here very well by Sarah. And my question, here is how does it apply to general problem-solving skills? A question that was already mentioned by Boris in his presentation. So this is here a nice follow-up slide to quantify the skills of large language models in clinical reasoning. So the recent experiment published just a few months ago involved presenting ChatGPT a set of interactive patient cases, virtual patients that presented the whole clinical workflow, and then asking on the way why they are presenting questions that are related to clinical reasoning. And here are the outcomes. So the percentage of correct answers in building differential diagnosis was 60%. In selecting the right diagnosis methods, 69%. Finding the correct diagnosis, 77%. and finding the right management or treatment options was 69%. And this was done based on GPT 3.5, which is now free available, but known to be worse than the newest edition of GPT-4. And here's even a newer study that evaluated similar tasks with GPT-4, showing increase in the diagnostic skills on ChatGPT. Many think, well, that's actually great because computers are objective. They are calculating numbers, yeah? So there is no risk related to that. And we are now coming to some concrete examples. I present you here a bunch of bad guys. Actually, none are innocent. They have a record of prior offenses. And this is an actual story from United States where the justice system ordered a development of a machine learning model to assess the risk of reoffense. And this tool was based on 137 questions. And here come the results. So this is the risk for reoffense. And you might already now recognize a pattern. The risk depends on skin color. The surprising thing is that there were no questions related to race, to nationality, but these here are the scores. Well, maybe that's true, but let's verify it. 2 years later, another study was conducted to check how reliable the predictions were, how valid they were. And actually, these are here the scores. Oops. And you might think that's really outrageous how it happened. This system was surely not evaluated, but actually it was evaluated. It was evaluated on a large study sample, and they even checked whether the accuracy rate differs between black and white study participants. And it was similar. What they actually forgotten to do is to see how the system makes the mistakes. And what was later on shown, that the system has the tendency to label black defendants with a higher risk than whites, even though they later on did not reoffend. So the coronavirus elevated the telehealth visits from a niche industry to mainstream. And thinking about it from the clinical reasoning perspective, it introduced a lot of new skills that needs to be mastered by physicians, including, first of all, the decision whether telehealth visit is legible, is the best solution, then how to conduct elements of physical examination, distance, how to interpret them, how to build a relation, a trustful relation with a patient remotely. Now, I often discuss with my students what the man-machine argument, yeah? So where we human are definitely still better than machines. And one of the answer surely to appear is that we humans are better in empathy. Well, I was quite surprised to see quite recently a paper published by JAMA Internal Medicine that might put it into question. So they analyzed around 200 answers to social media forum questions done by patients. They collected physicians' answers and then provided the same question to ChatGPT, and then blinded reviewers rated physicians and ChatGPT answers. And well, ChatGPT generated answers were rated significantly higher, not only in medical quality, but also empathy compared to physicians' answers. And now you might interpret it positively, optimistically. Yeah, now great, there is a tool that will keep us away from the boring patients' inquiries. But there is a risk that I'd like to underscore here. What could be the consequences? The consequences might be the detachment of medical doctors and patients. There might be a growing distance between them that might eventually lead to headlines like that, or even maybe worse, pictures drawn by kids like that. What you can see here is a pediatric patient with their family sitting together, and where is the pediatrician? The pediatrician is sitting at the computer with a head, with a back turned to the patient working on the computer. So you are here coming to the conclusions. What are my recommendations, my suggestions to strike the balance between technology and human insight in clinical reasoning? First of all, be patient-centered. So avoid technological solutionism, which means that people now especially tend to think that all the problems will find a neat technological tool that will solve it. That's not going to happen, and definitely technology will stay with us, but use the time you save through technology to put more emphasis on building patients' relations. Then the second thing is education. I think this aligns well with the celebration we are here having today. So those new the new technologies that I've presented you generate a lot of new skills that does not equate to tech savviness that needs to be taught. And well, this can be addressed by several new additions to curricula. This is part of actually my research. We have developed a clinical reasoning curriculum, which is open access, available online, and we are now adding emerging technologies related modules to this curriculum. And what's more, we need thorough evaluation, which is ongoing, which checks whether vulnerable groups are not affected, whether it applies to the local context, and whether the situation's not changing in time, because what worked 20 years ago, for instance, now might not be current anymore. Then we need regulations. I know they are bothersome, they are accused to stifle innovation, but we risk too much when we lead to let anarchy rule us. And finally, reflection. there's a tendency for automation bias, that we accept what those very sophisticated tools are suggesting us. But we need also time to consider, is this what is suggested to us really the best solution? This requires time and effort, but we should not neglect it. And that's all from my side. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor, for that thought-provoking presentation. Thank you so much. So right now we are switching a topic to medical simulation. So ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is Professor Łukasz Gąsiorowski, representing Poznań University of Medical Sciences. He will be taking us on a journey into the future of simulation-based medical education. You're here. 20 minutes.
20 minutes. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I was given a topic to look into the future, which is always kind of difficult. So I was thinking about buying a crystal ball or getting some numerology. But there's another way. You can watch The Simpsons, the series. If you watch carefully, and there's been over 70. Can we have the sound, please? Dźwięk poprosimy, bo nie ma.
Movie studios. Now check out the...
Oh, I'm going to restart it here.
Did this episode of The Simpsons from 19 years ago predict the future? It shows the entrance to 20th Century Fox movie studios. Now check out the fine print, a division of Walt Disney Company. It's not the first time The Simpsons has had a crystal ball. Back in the year 2000, it predicted the election of Donald Trump.
As you know, we've inherited quite a budget crunch from President Trump.
And 5 years before Lady Gaga suspended from the roof at the Super Bowl halftime show, Gaga on The Simpsons performed for Springfield residents. The Simpsons also predicted the Apple Watch way back in 1995, 20 years before it was introduced. There's more. Tiger trainers based on...
So a lot of things that The Simpsons actually predicted. But to know your future, you must know your past. In the simulation, we go back into the very first years of resuscitation movement, which start with a toy producer from Norway. His name was Lerdahl. And he came up with a little N, the tool that is still being in use today. And it started going on from the mid-'80s, from the anesthetic simulator. And one of the professors, Dr. Gaba from the Stanford University, is retired now. He came up by taking a license to be a private pilot. He actually took the crisis resource management rules from the aviation, and he created something called anesthesia crisis resource management, which is still being in use today. So it all started from the flight going from New York City to Miami in 1972, when two pilots were arguing about a light bulb in the cockpit that actually had burned out. And they did not pay attention because it was late at night, and they hit the Everglades. Over 96 passengers were dead on this flight. So they changed the entire schooling, the entire training of pilots, and they come up with the term called crew resource management or cockpit resource management, which eventually came into medicine a little bit later. Before that, it kind of looked like this.
Welby, check your final position. I'm going to take her down.
Wait a few more minutes, Captain.
Do as I say.
But it looks like...
Do as I say.
Give him a few more minutes.
I've already waited too long. Here we go.
No, we don't.
Get a hold of yourself, you yellow. 420 to Coast Guard. 420 to Coast Guard. Been too busy to answer. Stand by. We may have a change in plans.
So from the time of John Wayne, there has been a slight change of the culture in the cockpit. And when you look at the air incidents, you're going to see from mid-70s, the number of incidents significantly dropped down, declined. And as much as you can get frustrated by your plane being not ready for your flight or being late, it's still extremely safe. And we do hope it's going to go further into medicine. Why is it so safe? Because they have aviation safety reporting system, which does not really concentrate on the actual fault of the pilots, but does concentrate on the matter why the accident happened and how to avoid it in the future. And aviation medicine is very, very similar because we both operate in a high risk and high tech environment. There's a very little room for error, and there are two set of skills required. One is technical and non-technical, and we have to deal with large amount of information at once, and we're required to make quick decisions based on it. And obviously, the time and cost of training is excessive. So when you compare aviation to medicine, when you look at the first flight, 1903, they actually came up with a first flight simulator just 6 years later, and they made it mandatory to do training on the simulators in the 1960s. But when you look at the Code of Hammurabi, and that's 1792 BC, look at number 218. I'm going to read it. If the physician make a large incision with the operating knife and kill him, his hands shall be cut off. So you can imagine it changed from that time. But WHO only recommended that using simulation-based medical education in 2009. So then we come into medical errors, which I'm not going to be talking about too much. It's just a significant number of errors occurs in hospitals, and it's usually focused on wrong decision rather than technical issues. So the future starts today, and we talk about virtual reality a little bit, and we talked about LLM just recently, and this is one of the things going to help us do the simulation. And I'm going to show you.
Hey, Dr. Bryant, thanks for coming. This patient, Mr. Halls, I just got cyanout on him when I started my shift. I'm the telehospitalist remotely managing this unit. He came in with alcohol withdrawal, and I'm worried about his airway. He's not responding to any questions, and so I called you guys over for help.
Yeah, this is like kind of blowing my mind right now.
It's really cool.
Awesome.
Um, 50 of propofol and 75 prochlorodium.
Right. All right. Got a good view of the cords. We can have our endotracheal tube here.
So it does improve the team training in a remote environment where students or residents or physicians do not have to be in the same room. Next one is tactile fidelity, and this is what was lacking with the simulation equipment because it was just plastic, and you can't go beyond being very artificial with the plastic. But they actually came up something called Cutsweet, and Cutsweet is a device used mainly for military purposes. When you actually, it's a human-worn part skill simulator. You put it on usually a guy that's definitely smaller than myself, and you can do all this stuff that's here, and it's very fascinating. And when you look at this picture here, you can see Piotr Ziemak, which is the director of this medical simulation center, is lying down there. You probably can't recognize him, but when you do surgery on him, it's amazing, because once you stick a chest tube into his simulator, he's gonna scream, or he's gonna react. So it's very realistic. So next one, we talked about AI. We do have patient mannequins that are supposed to respond, but they just respond by me sitting in the control room and just mimicking the voice of the patient. But the change is coming, and you can see the view from
Hi,
the
Alex.
patient.
My name is Susan Lewis. I'm your healthcare provider today.
Okay,
What's going on?
it's a little hard to breathe.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Thank you.
Can you describe the feeling?
It's tight feeling. It's a tightness.
On a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being the worst pain you've ever felt, how would you rate this tightness?
Maybe a 4 out of 10.
Does anything you do make the tightness worse?
Moving around makes it worse.
Does anything you do make it better?
Was hoping you
Alex is a new type of simulator, a patient communication simulator. Alex is the first simulator that can see, listen, and talk. Alex is equipped with a high-definition camera streaming low-latency video. With the Iris Cam, see the patient perspective, view remotely, or review during a debriefing session. Alex employs 3 distinctly unique options for communication. His speech recognition and response system listens for clinical interview questions and responds according to the selected scenario. His text-to-speech functionality allows users to simply type the desired verbal response. And finally, deliver your own voice through Alex with push-to-talk. Oh, can someone help me, please?
So basically, it's going to lower your engagement as an instructor into the simulation. So we could maybe fire some of the instructors and just get those. Just kidding. Mobility. Mobility is the one, another one. With the mobility, we want to go not only into high-tech, top-notch medical simulation centers, but we want to go to more rural areas. And this is, I think, from Missouri, so a pretty rural area. They just go around with the truck and do the simulation. But we have something here in Poland too, and this is out of Andrzej's home institution, Dr. Nowakowski with the Medical Simulation Center. That's mobile. That's going around and just kind of like, if you remember, in 19th century, there were movie theaters going around the town. So this is, I think it's very, very, very relevant. And gamification. This is, we all want to play games, and this is fine. And probably most of you have been to escape room. And escape rooms actually have become quite popular with medical simulation. So escape room, just to remind you guys, is a time-limited setting where teams or participants solve puzzles and riddles in a closed space with a particular theme, with the aim escaping if they successfully achieve predetermined goals. So there's actually a randomized study when they created a patient safety escape room, and they were 120 interns from 14 training programs, and they had to identify the patient safety hazards in a simulated hospital room. So it did improve significantly the power of learning. And last but not least, I want to talk about Sim Olympics, which is a student competition, which we're very proud here because we started the process with Micah Chikawa was there, and Marek Dąbrowski in 2001. And this is an interdisciplinary competition between mixed team of medical nurse and paramedic students. Patients could be both mannequins and actors. And we actually had chapters. local chapter, they went to national and actually finished up at the European level at the CSAM Medical Simulation Conference in Europe. It's still going to happen next year. We have younger guys starting this, so we're very, very proud of this. Okay, so just to summarize my talk, future challenges for simulation-based medical education. We all talked about assessment. So this is where medical education is going to. So the learner of the future will spend more time in the simulation being continually assessed. And this is probably not, we're not doing a good job right now. We just probably do too little of assessment at that time. And the assessment may be by a person or maybe by AI. We have to think about the cost and return on investment. The mannequins are still very expensive. The cost is slightly coming down, but we have to think about middle and low income countries which do not have access to high-tech simulation. Technology and fidelity as a byword, so it means that the fidelity is probably really high level, and I don't think it's going to go too much compared to the current status. And we do need more evidence-based science for medical simulation. This is one of the things that we certainly are looking forward. And medical simulation does not exist without the healthcare. So we have to follow the evolution of healthcare. There will be, during the next 20 years, probably it's going to be more primary care. People tend to live longer, so there's going to be more chronic disease management and probably more patient self-management. And what was just referring to with the mobile units, there has to be a shift from the tertiary care, like medical simulation center that you can see across the street, to more community-based practice. And also from non-clinical perspective, we have to look, first of all, at patient safety and quality of healthcare, cost containment, and productivity. Thank you so much for your attention.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Łukasz, for that very interesting presentation. So now it's my honor to introduce our final speaker. Professor Michael Czekajlo joins us from the US, representing the Veterans Affairs National Simulation Center and the Center for Simulation and Healthcare Innovation. He will be sharing his insights on preparing for the healthcare of the future and how physician education and practice are poised to change. Not only is he a distinguished expert in his field, but he also holds a special place in the history of the university. Professor Czekajlo was one of our first medical students to graduate from the English-speaking program. So please join me in giving a warm welcome to Professor Mike.
Keeping my own timer as well. Before I start, just a couple key words I put in here. I was class of '98 here from Poznan. So I was one of the first groups. And a lot of my career, so I'm a professor of critical care medicine. I actively work. I probably work more than people half my age. So I still keep about an 80-hour clinical work week most weeks. I've seen thousands of critical care patients. Most of my career has been surgical critical care, cardiac surgery. I was at VCU for a long time in Richmond, Virginia. So we were when I started there, they were building a new critical care hospital. That's how they recruited me from Pittsburgh. We had a 10-story critical care building, the only one in the state of Virginia. I had about 150 ICU beds, which was a little bit more than I had at Pittsburgh, because I only had 146 ICU beds at the University of Pittsburgh. So I took care of everything from heart transplants, total artificial hearts, LVADs, ECMO, now Impellas, and everything in between. I've taken care of every type of transplant there is: pancreas, small bowel, kidney, across my career. I feel really privileged, and I feel privileged I finished in Poznan. And a lot of that goes out, a good shout out to Professor Bachisco, who tested me my last exam for 8 hours, 2 days, 4 hours each session, and I still have PTSD from the first question. Michael, tell me about brain edema. And I've done, which really helped because I spent half my life, I did about 20 years of cardiac surgery critical care, but I spent about the last 10 years also doing neurocritical care. So it was really helpful. All right, moving on. I found this when I was going through old slides. This was almost 10 years ago. Łukasz and I looked a lot younger then. I wasn't gray yet. But you get grayer the more kids you have. I have 4, and as I get older, you get grayer. So I have no conflicts of interest. And a couple things here. I'm going to take you through a story over the next 30 minutes. What I wanted to cover about kind of what medicine looks like now, the future. I've been doing education for a long time. I work on the civilian and on the Department of Defense side in the U.S. So some things I can't actually tell you about. But the 4 elements I kind of want you to walk away from here, I'm going to tell you about a new mental model, because I think that's one of the problems in healthcare, story thinking, which was created by John Lewis, who I've done a couple national lectures with and in the U.S., and we're working on a book chapter now for the Department of Defense. Understand how simulations can facilitate your hospital to become a high reliability organization. So one of the other things, I graduated this last June, was 25 years since I graduated Poznan. I went back to school. I'm finishing my degree in healthcare economics at the London School of Economics. So some of the things on my lecture will be from a practicing clinician perspective. Part of it is also because I see things from an economic perspective as well. Talk about critical thinking and protocols. I like protocols. I think we over-rely on them, and I think they make our students and residents stupid. And explain the role of physician at the end. Oh, well, I missed one thing here, if I can go back. I did a national lecture for the Veterans Affairs about 2 years ago. And in yellow, I put this in there. So they put down, and it was funny because our whole talk with John was about understanding, which is the nightmare for psychometricians because you can't measure it. And our whole talk, and they would not let us use the objective of understanding. And I think that's the primary problem in education at the undergraduate level, graduate, and for us and the physicians. And I'm in all 3 worlds, and I'll touch all 3 bases, like for the medical students, for the postgraduate, and how to train our staff in the hospitals where the problem is. The root cause of the problem winds up being understanding, and we'll see that as we go through. So I'm not going to spend much time here, but the big buzzword is high reliability organizations. I think Łukasz touched on that a little bit, talking about the airline industry. So healthcare is very slow to adapt a lot of things. So in the US and worldwide, we want healthcare now to be a high reliability organization, like airline, like nuclear power, and other complex organizations. I'm going to focus today a little bit on just one element here. I just wanted to kind of put this as a background so we're all in the same area. I'll touch a little bit here because everybody uses this, the Kirkpatrick evaluation, but we do it backwards, right? Because when you do your surveys for your classes, did the student like the class? I don't care if he liked the class. I don't care if he liked me. Did they learn? And how do we know? And in healthcare, what does that learning mean? Did they take care of the patient correctly at the end of the day? So I'm concerned with level 4, and I think all our principles should be based on training the next level physicians, nurses, and everybody else that they can actually function. So when they finish, whether in the US in the 4-year program or here in the 6th year, and they become a stazista and then a resident, can they function? Can they actually see the patients in the hospital and manage at that level? That's what I'm worried about, and are they then building on that knowledge and taking care? All right. Well, 2 quick slides here. This is taken from a book written by the Carnegie Foundation in the U.S. I want to point out, this is 10 years ago when the Flexner report came out, after 100 years of medical education. I want to point out to you a couple things, and this holds true today. How do we train most of our students and residents? Inpatient. Where does most of the practice happen? Outpatient. And we go to the end. Would I even mention telemedicine or anything else yet? So are we adequately training the current workforce for what they're going to do? That's what education is supposed to be. It's supposed to prepare the real workload. All right? And then the other thing I'm just going to mention here, because we can talk about each of these for hours, is that medical education does not adequately make use of the learning sciences. I think we've hit some of that with simulation and some of the other things, but we don't use all the tools available to us. What we're still doing today is it's a little bit nicer packaging, but it's exactly what it was almost 100 years ago. All right, and these are just the kind of the 4 goals they came up with improving. I'm not going to spend a lot of time in here, but a little bit of standardization of learning outcomes and individualizing. And I think a lot of the technologies we've heard about will help us, allow us to individualize some of the training programs. All right, my big thing in educating is critical thinking. Now, this is using Kirkpatrick model. In a high reliability organization, it needs to be a learning organization. And if it's medicine, you go work to pharmaceutical, go work for GM or Ford. Everybody has education departments to educate their staff. There's either two ways that education either works. It's either Top Gun, like the movie Top Gun, is the best of the best, or it's crap. There's almost nothing in between. If you look at most industries, when they're educating their staff. Now, I think we want our education to be more Top Gun. We want the aces to be there. All right, I'm going to put all this up here. So, nice thing, I used to use Bloom's taxonomy, and I can tell you, just throw it away. This is putting a square peg in a round hole. Why? Bloom's taxonomy, and I'm paraphrasing him, if you go back and read his original work, he had said his fear was using this taxonomy was going to fragment education. Okay? And a lot of that's what is done. And how many of you have had trouble writing learning objectives? It shouldn't be a problem. When I told my friend John Lewis, who's a PhD in education from Penn, he laughed because he worked at NASA. He had no health care. He goes, "What do you mean? You guys are so highly trained. How come you have trouble writing learning objectives?" And then we started talking. He says, "Oh, yeah." And he told me, we talked about Bloom. We talked about other things. And the problem with this is it doesn't work the way we think. As clinicians to setting things up, right? And we'll go through that in a couple minutes. All right, so we get all these verbs, and this is a table that John put together through the story thinking model. Before I get into that, I just wanted to mention, because we had the error is human, and communication is a big problem, right, in healthcare. If you look at that original report from 91, almost 70% of errors in the hospital are communication errors. But where's the communication error? With who? On whose side? Is it my side? Is it the patient's side? Is me communicating with the staff? This was a study done several years ago, so I like it because this is what I do in the ICU. They figured out that 2% of my clinical activity on the ICU is communication, but creates 37% of the medical errors. That's a lot for only 2% of the workload. So, and if you think about it, it's because we all work on different mental models. Everybody talks about interdisciplinary education. I say they're all full of shit because I haven't seen anybody do anywhere in the world interdisciplinary really well just yet. Because everybody's still working in their silos. Right? Because it's even if you want to, everybody's on such different tracks. When do you work together? I, as a physician, think completely different than a nurse does, than a respiratory therapy does, than a physical therapist does. So unless we find a better way to communicate, those errors are still going to happen. And probably the most important one is between the attending physician and the nursing staff. All right, our brains neurologically are wired for stories. When you're teaching, it's always better to give a clinical example, right? And you can talk through a clinical case, and you can teach the clinical aspect, the basic science aspect. That's how our brains remember things. That's neuroscience has already proved that. That's not even a question. So my colleague John Lewis came up, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. This is a new mental model based on story thinking. I'm just using this as a background. And a couple things I want to explain out of this, and it'll be on the next slide. So John compared story thinking, which is different from storytelling. So storytelling is a communication model. Story thinking is an operational model. John already mapped, this was 50, he's already mapped every type of operational model out there. I included Six Sigma because that's what the Veterans Affairs uses in the US. So he mapped story thinking to every operational business model there is in existence. And he's shown one of the problems with most operational models is not a full story. It's a half-pipe solution. What is half-pipe? If you've ever seen the kids who are skateboarding on the pipes, it's only a half pipe, right? They're going back and forth. So you never come full circle. To put it into context, in healthcare, we use the SOAP note, Subjective Objective Assessment Plan, as kind of our mental model for write our note. But it's an incomplete mental model. So if it's an incomplete mental model, you have your answer why we have some communication errors and other errors in the hospital. Because you're not working on an operational model that is complete. It's incomplete. So, and there's actually been a couple papers in recent times looking at the SOAP note. So if you look at SOAP, if you look at SBAR, if you look at, and then with John, we came up with SOAP steps to make it a complete mental model where you're thinking through the whole story of the whole patient engagement from beginning to end. All right? Which brings us into protocols versus critical thinking. This is a diagram I created talking with John, so it's not in healthcare. I kind of feel where we are, and I was working with a trauma surgeon. We were both on call covering the university about a year or two ago. She came back really agitated, and she goes, I can't take it anymore. I go, what happened? She goes, the residents want a protocol for how to manage a patient with dyspnea. So at some point, you have to think. You can't, I like having the protocol for acute myocardial infarction, for stroke. It handles the process, but that does not preclude, and that's the problem. People think that precludes critical thinking. I look at it this way when we explain it. So the protocol handles the cases in the middle. It doesn't handle anything outside the bell curve. So if you want to be a technician, follow the protocol. Another example I use with my students, because, and everybody here has probably had some kind of resuscitation course, right? So what do you do if somebody's in ventricular fibrillation arrest? You do defibrillation, you're doing 1 milligram of epi, right, every 3 to 5 minutes, right? That's what the algorithm, that's what the protocol says. But let me ask you a question, right? I'm about 110 kilos. I get 1 milligram of epi every 3 to 5 minutes, right? I said, I have you here, you're probably half my weight. You get 1 milligram of epi every 3 to 5 minutes. What about a pharmacodynamic distribution of that? You're getting a bigger dose than I am. And let me ask you another question. Try to find anywhere in the ILCOR guidelines, if I have a patient on dobutamine, on milrinone, on epinephrine and norepinephrine going IV drips continuously, what does that milligram of epinephrine do when they go into cardiac arrest? But there's nothing in any of the algorithms or guidelines that says, it's in there, it'll say, well, up to, the physician's judgment. Now try to tell the nurses on the ward, no, every 3 minutes we got to give that epinephrine. And I can tell you there's a couple universities in the US studying that we should do weight-based epinephrine or every 2 milligrams or actually watching it with physiological response. That stuff will be coming. We need to think. We're not doing justice just teaching the algorithms. The algorithm is like the alphabet. You need to know what to read, but it's not enough. All right. I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to change this. The only thing, because I heard the black box mentioned in here. So the original reason for the black box, and don't bother reading this, was from engineering. I look at, when I saw this and heard it, I thought of Professor Bachisco, and I thought of Bremberovich from pathophysiology when I was here, because they made you, and like for me, every ICU patient is a black box. Because there's, it was mentioned by one of the speakers before, you're putting in inputs, you're getting outputs, but the engineers in the 60s, it was designed so you figure out what is inside and how it works. For me, that's how every patient is. Now that I've gotten older, I'm a big boy with lots of toys. I have lots of technology available. But after practicing medicine for so many years, I like to beat the ultrasound and the CAT scan and the MRI with my stethoscope, percussion, listening to the patient and physical exam and see if I could do a better diagnosis. I'm not going to beat the machines at all times, but at this point in my career, I want to be better than the machines. And I think that's where we need to put on track our students, that we can use what's available to think. Because just because a lab result is normal doesn't mean it should be normal for that patient. And one of the examples I give is a heart rate of 80 normal. And most students will say yes. I said, but the blood pressure is 60/40. What should the heart rate be? It should be tachycardic, right? Goes back to simple physiology. You know, eventually it'll come down and it'll go down to 0, right? But just because something's normal doesn't mean it is normal. It's not normal for that particular patient. So you have to look at an individual level. Protocols and critical thinking. The other example I like to use is Sully Sullenberg. Everybody knows Miracle on the Hudson, right? He landed the plane, right? Did he train for that? Did he simulate that? How did he know? He had to infer. He was also a glider pilot. So he's an experienced pilot, but he was also a glider pilot. So he was able to infer. And that's what educating clinicians is supposed to do. We're not supposed to be, I could teach my 9-year-old how to put a central line in, how to suture, how to intubate. I taught my 15-year-old how to suture and how to do lines, you know, when we were doing stuff with the Army. But that's a technician. That doesn't provide all the other critical thinking of when to do it, when not to do it, when you have a complication. Sully was able to infer from other knowledge. And the problem is, in the age of competencies, I don't know how it is now in Poland because I haven't worked here clinically in a long time, but my nurses in the US will tell me, I can't do that, we don't have that competency. They're like, well, you have Google, you have books, you know, nobody wants to infer. Everybody wants to give everything on the silver platter. So without critical thinking is a problem. So this goes back, and one of the things we can use in simulation is we can help in figuring out how they're thinking. And I'll have a couple slides here that I do in the military, with the military. Okay, keep track of my time. And one of the things I'll say here is I use a lot of in situ simulation in the hospital, because one of the things that I believe all education is going to be hybrid, but one of the things multiple choice tests aren't going to give you, VR is not going to give you, AR, all the AI in the world is not going to give you, is not going to tell you how that person, the person may have the knowledge, but can they use it in the right moment? We've all had people who did really well on tests and exams, but cannot diagnose a patient, don't know how to communicate with a patient, or they freeze in a critical moment. That no test, nothing else is not going to tell you unless you have it in real life or unless you actually simulate it. And the other thing is with, I'll just mention at this point, the other thing that simulation lets you do is assess processes and actually save money. A colleague of mine at the University of Ohio healthcare system used simulation when he was hiring all new nurses, where there were new graduates or experienced nurses. Long story short, he put them through some simulation tests to see what they knew and didn't know, what they could perform. So those nurses were able to not be the third nurse or second nurse to shadow a nurse. They were able to go right to work sooner. He saved them $800,000 a year in real dollars. So there is an economic benefit in the hospitals to actually use simulation. It's not just for educating students and residents. All right, so immersion training. So I do a lot of really, really high fidelity stuff. I get really lucky to work with the military and do some really things that I would not have money to do. I put this in here because stress is something I've been studying with the military for 12 years. Can't present all that here, it's its own topic. But what I put on the top there is Chicago, Miami, New York. This is what SWAT was able to do. When they went to the shooting range, they were able to hit 90% of the targets or more. In real life, 18% in Chicago, 25% in Miami, New York, 32%. Because somebody's shooting back or it's a stressful environment. Same thing in medicine. I can have you do a chest tube in the sim lab or in the OR, but now how are you going to do it when you have 20 patients come in and you have to make that decision right there and put the chest tube in or intubate? completely different scenario. So those are some of the things I work on with the military. We've been testing salivary amylase, cortisol, R interval on the EKG, and we've had some really good success in data doing all that. And with EEG and the microvariability. And we've actually almost come to the point where I can tell you you're too stressed to actually even work or perform. All right, coming to winding down a few minutes here. This is something that came out of the NHS in the UK. I just wanted to just also demonstrate here that even back there in the National Health Service, they were looking at using simulation to improve innovation and for system performance. So it's not just for education. And then a couple last slides, because we were talking about what we're going to do in the future. So in the past, we really only had a stethoscope. If we go back to the 1950s, there's only a handful of drugs. Now we have thousands of drugs, right, to use that you have to remember. Currently, ultrasound is a new stethoscope. We have the electronic medical record. We're using more robotics, more telemedicine. 3D printing is coming in, and those are all things that are going to be more and more in the future. So I put this up here to say is like, you know, I'm not going to go into, but AI, there's going to be enhanced EMR. What's enhanced EMR? So there's a group in California now working with electronic medical record. So when you're rounding on your patients in the hospital, or if you're in a clinic, you're just talking. And it's like Alexa or Google Assist. It just picks up everything you say and writes your note for you. So that's going to be the next generation. And then now we got to figure out, you know, how to use that to make patient safety better. I put this in there because this was something I was covering in my health economics class. I'm not going to bore you with that, but what I think we really need to do is when you're also training the next generation of physicians, you're not training them to be clinicians, all right? You know, to do your job, there's politics involved, healthcare policy, there's money involved, you know, you're providing healthcare services, but you're also providing public health. So all these aspects, they need to be, I think, already early on at some introductory level, because until you're clinically competent, getting involved in healthcare policy and economics, you know, is really hard, but at some point you need to do that. And I got last two slides here, and so who or what is a physician? When I was in medical school here in '97, I went to University of Staten Island Hospital in New York. I did a rotation with Dr. Castellano, who left an impression on me. He started rounds. It was in the ICU. He was a pulmonary critical care physician. And he started rounds, and he didn't ask medical questions first. I remember he said, "Who's the Prime Minister of Ireland?" Okay? Tell me what happened and whatever was in the news. So I learned really quickly before I went to the hospital every day. I grabbed the New York Times. I looked on the insert, the short listing of everything that happened in the world that day, the day before, to go on rounds. Luckily, I was a student, so I got asked last. And one thing stayed with me that he said, as a physician, you are one of the most educated people in society, and you have to know more than medicine. More than medicine. And if you think about it, for what we do, when you finish your residency, I was already a little bit older. You know, I was in my 30s when I finished fellowship already. But even then, you're treating people who are 60, 70, 80 years old. How do you talk to them? How do you find common language if you don't know more than just medicine? If you don't know a little bit about history, a little bit about culture, a little bit about other things? And then with time, you see when you have children and a family and the problems, you can relate to that patient. That is 50% of what we do medically, is being able to relate to that patient. Well, I was younger. This is about 10 years ago. So this is Wally. I took care of Wally for 8-9 months in the ICU. He was a fireman, coming back with his wife from vacation from Florida, driving by Richmond, Virginia on 95, had a massive heart attack. ECMO, total artificial heart, and then 9 months later, a heart transplant. During that 9 months, I became like family. Knew his wife, his kids, grandkids, his friends, the firemen from where he was, And a few times, sorry, Wally wanted to give up. Septic, pull him out, sick, back on the ventilator. He's like, I had enough. And I told him, I have my boxing gloves. I used to do kickboxing and box. I had boxing gloves in the trunk of my car. I said, Wally, if you want to die today, you got to put on a pair of gloves and go a couple rounds with me. So that's why fists. That's what medicine is. There's humanity. And we forget that sometimes. We have to make a living. It's about the patient. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Wonderful, energetic presentation. Thank you so much. So, right now we'll proceed to our discussion section. So this is an opportunity for us to delve deeper into the topics presented today. So if you have any questions to our presenters today, it's a time to ask. We have 2 microphones. We have also mobile microphones. So if you have any questions, so it's time to ask. Oh, perfect. So we have students in the room to help us with the microphones. That will be perfect. Oh, that's great.
Agnieszka Zawiańska, Medical Simulation Unit. I have a question for Sarah, if possible. Because the quality of OpenAI actually very closely depends on the quality of material it's trained on. And I think we can expect also a very strong movement around the web trying to protect some web consent from being searched and used by LLM models. So what do you think, what could be an opportunity for us as teachers or researchers, academic, to how to feed and how to create the amount of, the training content for LLM model? Do you think there is still space for these activities?
So if I understood your question correctly, you want to ask about how to protect those training materials.
Yes, and how
that
to
you
provide a
creating.
good quality, how to provide a good quality content for LLMs.
Okay, that's a great question, and the answer we get out of it is really only as good as the prompt we put in. Now we're using the data it has been trained on, but we have to put in a good prompt as well. And so thinking about the prompts we use or using some kind of application that's going to help us do that. But if you're putting in data that you want to be protected, I would highly recommend that you use at the very least an LLM for business. Best case would be called a private instance, and this is provided by Microsoft through Azure. And so those are, they have a wall around them, essentially. And even the user, so let's say your institution had a private instance, different levels of users would have different access to information. So if faculty were putting in grades and tests, for example, questions, a student user logging in would not be able to access that because there are different levels of access in a private instance. Does that help answer your question?
Yes, I think. Thank you so much.
So maybe because I also have a question for Sarah. Sarah, please tell me, there is a possibility to identify text prepared by ChatGPT or not? Because I'm thinking about papers right now. Our students, we have introduction to scientific research classes. They have to write something. There is a possibility to identify or not yet?
No.
No.
The programs that have been designed to identify text written by ChatGPT do not work. And the big companies like ChatGPT and Turnitin have said publicly these do not work. So you can't tell.
Okay, thank you. Okay, do you have?
I just wanted to add, I don't know if you're familiar with Open Evidence. It's new, it just came out, a couple guys from Mayo, so I've used it a few times. I'm not sure if outside the US you can use it, but it gives you, it works just like GPT. You put everything in, and it gives you the clinical references. So I use it to search like management of some clinical cases. So it's strictly for healthcare. So I think it's plugged into like PubMed and everything else right now. So, but that's a really good source, and I guess that'll be out there soon.
Okay, that's great. Oh, there is another question.
I will change the theme. I would like to ask Gotcha about programmatic assessment, if I could, because I understand the first session is also for discussion. Well, I'm really impressed and really think about programmatic assessment here in Poznań, but the question is how long we should prepare for, how long time of introduction or implementation. And you mentioned about crucial how it's people in the whole process, but you mean also students or only educators need to be taken into consideration?
Yeah, thank you. For the time, I think for any curriculum revision, you take, we usually take a year for curriculum revisions if these would be content revisions. For the revisions for both in the master and in the bachelor, we took more time. For the bachelors, perhaps not totally fair because we had COVID coming in, but because it was such a big curriculum revision, both the content and programmatic assessment, and we changed things in how we manage in the management organization. We took 3 years to prepare. And in those 3 years, we also set up a system of involving our people. So we had, every 2 months, we had a session for which we would invite staff and students. And also we call them come and co-create. So we put for them a certain topic that we were working on and then requested their input. Also to keep them informed what we're doing, a little update, and asking for their input, which we also used. I think that helps, but it's a turnover, and you will, there will always be some people who say no. But I think it's also important for them to see that it works. So at some time, you have to implement just to get going, and you will have iterations, like I explained. Things will go wrong, but then we also learn and change. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Do we have any more questions? So I have a question for Boris. So because you talk about NBME self-assessment platform, so please tell me, that platform is preparing for the STEP exams or the board examinations? Like, because I'm a teacher of biochemistry. So for example, may I tell my students during the classes, please use that platform to prepare better for the NBME biochemistry exam or not?
So for the comprehensives and the STEP exams, the self-assessments are available at this point in time.
Okay, for sure. And there is one more question, because you talk about this new type of the clinical question. So are you going to introduce that type of question to, for example, to your exams?
We're working actively to make it a part of the portfolio. The decision right now is not to incorporate into the STEP exams right away.
Okay, thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you. So, there is one more question.
Thank you very much for all the presentations. They were very, very interesting and engaging as well. My name is Artur Banaszkiewicz. I'm in a student recruitment, so my role is to encourage as many pupils to go for medicine and be able to do that. We've heard the increasing role of technology in teaching. We've heard about ChatGPT being more empathetic than humans at times. At the same time, we all agree that we need to take that humanistic approach, and we need more clinicians on the ground, and we need centered care. So I'm wondering from your perspective, those involved in didactics and in teaching, is there a sustainable way to increase the number of graduates, but sticking to those humanistic values and to be able to teach them what's important to treat the patient, not to treat the disease. So keeping the quality of education, I guess, increased. At the same time, generating more clinicians.
I think so. I think that the model we work on is inefficient. An example I'll give you, when we trained the U.S. Special Forces medics, most of these, they're 18-year-olds, no medical background whatsoever. To get 18 months of intense training. Then within 6 months of finishing, they're going with one of the special ops teams on a mission. So they're already military trained. This is 18 months of medical training. They're better than any nurse you will ever have. They'll help you. They'll put IVs in. They're trained to do ultrasound. They'll do the tourniquets. They'll put central lines in. They'll help you in the operating room. They'll do dental work. They deliver babies, because the special ops guys will tell you, I fix a Taliban's guy's tooth. He tells me, he'll tell me, oh, those guys are hiding over there, or delivers a son or daughter. So my problem when I argue with the nursing educators, they're like, if I can train somebody from zero in 18 months, how come it takes 4 years to train you guys? And you still don't know what you're doing, because you talk to the hospital administrators. You look up the data yourself. Don't trust me. Before the pandemic, there was already a problem in the U.S. If you're looking at nursing, because physicians are a little different story. With the nursing, the onboarding time was 6 to 10 weeks. Now it's 16 to 20 weeks. Where's the problem? The problem is in education at the schools. I'm seeing that with the residents. And you go privately, go talk to Mayo. Ask Mayo if the general surgeon they're putting out today is the same as 10 years ago. Privately, they'll tell you absolutely not. And tell you, general surgeons in the U.S., because it's a lot less in Poland, have to have a minimum of 850 cases to finish a general surgery residency. And those guys are not as good today as they were 10 or 20 years ago. Not that they're bad, they're just not as good. So you can do it, and I think part of it is a generational difference, and I'm really for stressing the kids. I will tell you the data we have in teaching military medical students and residents. We teach them, the medical students, doing 5 days in the operating room with them. Their retention of general suture skills and knowledge of instruments in the OR is better than a 10-week rotation in the hospital. Because we're taking them through that U-shaped curve. We're stressing them and getting habituation. And that's what's missing. And which means you need competent mentors. I was telling Kasia Zimnicka, when I got to VCU, I was a new attending. And as a new attending, I think anybody here who's been practicing for a while, you need 3 to 5 years after finishing residency and specialty to really feel comfortable on your own. And you need mentors, and they're missing. I had no senior mentors at VCU for critical care. So when I had difficult cases, I called Pittsburgh and called my mentors from there when I had difficult cases. And then after a while, now I'm the guy everybody comes to. But it took a while. And you're not going to get it in any book. You're not going to get it on any YouTube. You're not going to get it on any engine. Some of that has to be human-to-human teaching contact. You're never going to get away from that. I don't care what technology we come up with. You'll never convince me.
I think this is a great question. Actually, I agree with this answer. What I could add to that is that, I'm a big fan of ChatGPT. And please don't understand what I here recommend is to talk against technology, but we should really have in the curriculum moments where we encourage students to use new technology, but also moments where technology is banned, where it's not allowed. And now this is the moment when you have to think on your own feet. And it might seem simple, but actually I observe it on myself. When I'm put in a room and I do have to do something by myself, it's natural to put my hand in the pocket and get the smartphone out of it. It feels weird not to be able to do it. And even if it might cause resistance to students, we should have these technology-free sessions where they are really on their own. So that's my answer.
I don't have a question, but I have a comment. Jarosław Krejza. Well, this is kind of like outsourcing critical thinking to the machines, why machines are based on algorithms and probabilities. So now, is this applicable to the medicine? On average, the size of the woman's body is smaller than the size of the man's body. Doesn't mean that this woman, which is coming to the room, is smaller than a man. It's not. You can be bigger than a man. So this is the critical thinking. When I started my radiology program, the very beginning, over 30 years ago, they say, if you look at the X-ray, don't assume that every pattern means this particular disease, because the pattern is the assumption. You have to understand the other things. Like if you see the Aunt Minnie on the dark street with the dark coat and umbrella, doesn't mean that the same woman every time. Every time may be different woman, but you assume based on the pattern. So you have to always think critically. So now if you assume that, oh, I have the machine on my pocket, then the machine doesn't provide the answer, what you are going to do. You'll be paralyzed. And Professor Michael perfectly told this. You have to have entire, let's say, entire spectrum of cases in your mind. And now, if you teach people based on artificial intelligence, you will teach them protocols, and what about the cases which are outside the protocols? Then you go to the dilemma. Include this set of cases in the protocol, or not include these cases in the protocol. This is the Bernard Russell paradox, right? Include this set and exclude this set. So now, this is the case. So the critical thinking is the very important aspect of education, and the machine may not teach this critical thinking. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There is one more question. Yes.
Hello, I'm Eddie Dabrowski. I'm a medical student. I had a question regarding medical simulation specifically. I think one thing you mentioned, Dr. Chakailo, I hope I'm not butchering that.
Yes, if I go by Dr. Mike, so if it's easier.
Dr. Mike, is, for example, the police, where you mentioned at the shooting range they got 90% success rate, where in real life it's a lot lower. I think similarly, like within medical students, sometimes we'll use a dummy. We'll take bloods and we'll do it even 100 times on an arm, and you think, wow, I've mastered this, I'm the best blood taker in the world. But then even something as simple as that, in real life, you realize it's a lot more difficult and it doesn't work. So my question is, do you think that there's a risk of us becoming too dependent on medical simulation, too reliant on it? And how do we bridge the gap between simulation to these kind of real life scenarios?
Good question. The simulation, like if you're talking task trainer skills, is really to get you to get that muscle memory to learn how to do that. You know, Łukasz mentioned like the kutsu. Originally it was designed for the TCCC course, which is a combat casualty care course for the military. Because it's a little bit different when you got to do a cricothyrotomy on a trainer. Now do it in a blast injury where it's your friend in your military unit and you were just in a blast, you can't hear anything, you're confused, and somebody's coming at your throat with a scalpel. Are you just gonna lay there? No. Your hands are gonna flail, you're gonna move. Now do a cricothyrotomy or put a chest tube in. It's quite different, and people are shooting at you. So the KUTSU is more advanced because we have surgical full laparotomy ability, and we could 3D print the internal organs. So we can actually then do mastery of learning for a surgical case. But until you get to the real people, now the skill is the one part. The other part is I could put a dialysis catheter in and put somebody on dialysis. But but also the thinking part is, all right, now this woman is 90 years old with metastatic cancer all over her body. Do I really? I can dialyze her. Why should I? Like, how am I extending her life? Am I doing justice to her? So, or the other thing, I am all for technology. I think it's going to be assistive. But the other thing, technology is going to teach you. Talk to the parents, like I had to do, of an 18-year-old from high school who's a day before his high school graduation, accepted to university, is in a car accident, and now you have to explain to them that their son is brain dead. No computer, no simulation is going to, it'll take you through the steps. Until you do that, you're dealing with real people, real emotion, and, they're going to look at you. People are coming to you as a physician, not to be a technician. They're asking you, what do I do with my mother, with my son, my father? And you're supposed to guide them, not just the fact that, I have this technology. I can keep 95% of people alive. Heartbeat, breathing with machines. There's no life, though. That's what you have to explain to them in the language that they understand. And some of them aren't going to speak English sometimes. I had a family, the daughter was 16, also we declared her brain dead. And they were simple people from South America. They didn't speak, they were Indian, some kind of Indians from South America. They didn't speak Spanish, they spoke some kind of rare dialect. We actually had a guy in housekeeping who spoke their dialect. They could not understand from their culture that you can be brain dead, but your heart can still be beating. They're like, heart's beating, you're alive. Now explain to those parents, that their daughter is dead. That's your job. And nothing's going to prepare you for that. I declared more people brain dead and talked to people about death of family members more than I'd like to admit to. It never gets easy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions? If not, I want to thank you one more time for insightful talks for all our speakers today. All of them were fantastic. We have, I think, right now a lot of new ideas in our heads, a lot of thoughts. So it's time to deserve a lunch break. So I invite you for the lunch, and the last part of our conference will start at 2 p.m. So lunch break. Thank you so much.
Yours too.
break. So right now we are moving on to two vital discussion sections. And the first section will focus on assessment in medical education, a topic of immense importance in shaping our educational strategies. It is my privilege to introduce our esteemed discussion moderators, who are not only experts in their fields, but have also graced us with their enlightening lectures earlier today. So please welcome back Professor Sylvia Henneman and Dr. Boris Vilic from National Board of Medical Examiners. So the stage is yours.
Thank you. Hello, back again. What we did is, because it's a discussion session, so we're not going to talk that much. We're going to ask you to give us input. And for that, to get some of your input, can you please share or scan the QR code and get into this system? You can also enter, if you go to the wooklab.com and enter the code, you can will also get in there. Everybody in? What we did is we prepared some questions to get your input, to discuss. Let's see how far we can go. So this is the first question, because we talked this morning about assessment, strategies. Also, I'm not sure whether we mentioned it, workload for faculty, but I'm sure you can relate and recognize that. So what strategies can minimize faculty assessment workload and maximize student learning outcomes? And this is like an open, you can just start typing, if it works, and then it'll come on the screen.
If I can just add, you know, at MBME we have the privilege of working with schools throughout the world. And all of our schools are just like students. They're all very unique. They all have their own specific sets of challenges and aspirations and goals. But there are some things that are the same, doesn't matter where you go and what medical school you work with. And one of those pain points is really figuring out how to do assessment well. And as you know, anybody who actually has attempted to blueprint an exam and write exam questions that reliably assess student learning, it's a hard job. It takes time, it takes multiple people. So one of the questions that we always get asked is, what are some of the strategies that we can help come up with to really minimize the time that it takes faculty to assess their students well, but at the same time that it enables students to more accurately and reliably demonstrate their knowledge. So that's sort of the root of the question, is keep thinking about what sort of feedback can you give us, and maybe some of the best practices, but also some of the pain points that you're seeing.
We can't see it. We can't see it ourselves on the screen. Oh, they're all gone. No, we can't see it on the screens, but there's nobody there right now. Let me see. So we see automated assessment tools, peers, student presentation, outsourcing assessment. Very rich schools we have here.
Outsource to China.
Sorry?
Outsource to China.
24/7, right? Okay, yeah, I don't have, then I have to walk up again. Maybe I can do it here? No. Does anyone see or anything that you, if you typed it yourself? Is anyone doing this at the moment or sees a good idea here? Anyone using automated assessment tools? because we were talking about automation. No? I also see peer, self-critique, peer, and near-peer critique review. So instead of teachers asking your students. Does anyone have any experience with that? Yeah? Go ahead.
We like when I round and I have students with me in the ICU, I mean, the residents will teach as well, but I'll ask them to prepare and actually a topic to prepare on rounds. I think does two things. So a lot of times we'll have two at a time in the ICU. So they can teach the other student as well. And then I'll just fill in the gaps of what they've missed. Because I mean, obviously most of the thing they're taking is out of journals or textbook. And we try to fill in between the lines, like clinical relevance, how it applies to a particular case, if there's any variance. But I think what it does is it motivates them to be more active as well. And then also teaches them, the most dangerous thing in medicine, knowing what you don't know, right? Yeah. And that you can't just get all the answers out of the book, and you got to dig and dig. And I think as educators, we're partly there, not just to. I always say I'm not here to teach you. You're here to learn. I'm here to motivate you. So you go searching for answers. So I think and then we have different layers. If you have senior students, they're already paying for tuition or they're there, so there's free labor, and I'm all for free labor.
Yeah, so this is in the clinical workplace. Is anyone doing this in undergraduate, so preclinical in the bachelor's, using peer feedback, peer teaching?
So this would be outsourcing assessment to students, I guess.
I see a hand there, yes?
They do it in a classes with students.
Okay, what's your impression?
They seem pretty shy.
Oh.
And in the first reflex, they do everything to protect their friends from any critical
Oh, really?
feedback.
Yeah.
And then we discuss what kind of opportunities and benefits it brings to them if they do it very, thoroughly.
Yeah. So they need to learn, right?
Yep.
Practice and learn. And do you see then changes? That it changes into that they become like critical or less protective?
The group seems to become more integrated afterwards.
Okay.
And they seem to feel more responsible for their words and for their input in the projects.
Okay, yeah. Do you feel you have to do anything special to have that this learning environment is safe, that you have a safe learning environment?
I can't do it from the early beginning of the course because we need to build that trust first, and they need to know my goals in it. They need to know my goals, and it has to be transparent, the whole concept, because it's new for them.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Let's see. We had another question. This is more of a proposition, so you can do agree or disagree. The proposition is, not every assessment moment needs to be a decision moment. I talked about it in my lecture, so you can go agree or disagree. Pass-fail. A pass-fail decision. Okay, half of the people that at least have entered the hoeklap. Okay. Well, I'm positive because not every assessment moment needs to be a pass-fail decision. That was one of the principles that we talked about, or at least I talked about this morning. Is it safe enough here to those that disagree? Explain to us. Who thinks that, or who put in that an assessment moment needs to be a decision or a pass-fail decision? Yes?
I mean, I could see like the assessment sometimes a different point of view rather than making a decision right there and then. Also, it's like the same concept I see is that a test is not necessarily a good measure of intelligence, but it's close enough to give you a good idea of the current situation. So an assessment, not every assessment is necessarily a decision form of that as well.
So you agree?
Disagree. Not every.
Not every.
Yeah, not every assessment.
Ah, okay.
I think if I'm reading the staff here, if you wouldn't mind using the mic, because I think for the camera and for those connecting virtually to watch this, they cannot hear us. So
Okay, sorry.
thank you. I think we had another. If you wouldn't mind just coming to the microphone. Yes. Thank you.
So I think that it's a little bit of a subjective question in the sense that we're not establishing like the decision's gravitas, because no matter how small of a decision it is, it can still have some like incur some change to your work ethic, for example. So it might not be like a serious decision that's made, but it still has some sort of influence. So yeah.
Interesting. Were you here this morning?
No.
Oh, okay. Because you nicely touch upon, I had a talk about this decision-making and learning functions from assessment.
Mm-hmm.
And my argument was that we need to, get these apart.
Yeah.
So to learn from assessment, that is more difficult if you also know that there is a consequence.
Yeah.
And a decision, a pass-fail decision with an assessment is a consequence. So that's why this sort of follows up on those arguments. But yeah, I think you articulate that nicely. And I think also that even if an assessment or a feedback doesn't have a pass-fail consequence at that moment in time, mm-hmm. because it's feedback or it's formative, you may call it like that, yeah. It still has, there's still something at stake, because you learning from that feedback, yeah. That is still happening. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If I can just maybe add as an example, and tying to sort of the first question and the safe space commentary, one of the best ways of giving feedback that I've seen in my professional life is actually in schools of music. And they have what's called the masterclass technique. They are preparing students to be performers. So this could be an opera singer, it could be a pianist. And in a masterclass, everybody gets to give comment and critique on somebody's performance. And it's fascinating to actually watch how you get to behavioral change, because that's really the root of assessing for learning, right? But the basic prerequisite of it is to actually create a very safe space in which everybody feels comfortable giving feedback, but is also trained on how to give feedback to students so that it's not perceived as attacking, but rather as helping somebody improve. So to me, is how do you create an environment in the classroom where these types of feedback can be given, where every student, through student advocacy, and I think Sylvia touched upon it this morning as well, feels empowered to contribute to somebody else's learning. And it really has to do with creating the classroom sort of culture of a safe space where people feel comfortable doing that, but also are open enough to receiving it so that it's not perceived as an attack, but somebody really helping me improve.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. And there's very interesting work from a colleague, Chris Watling. He compared feedback cultures, musician, sports, and medicine. Mm-hmm. And that's really very different. Musicians and sports learners They welcome feedback in a very different way than medical trainees, for instance, because, as you said, they see that as opportunities to learn. It's not critique, but it's, please give me the feedback because that's how I learn. Yeah?
Maybe this common, constant threat with my mistake as a doctor means legal actions against me. So my only chance not to get jailed is not to make any mistakes. And that's why I think that every sort of feedback I get, every sort of critique I can get, makes me feeling insecure. Because it means this shadow of punishment that's behind on screen.
As a doctor.
I also graduated from music school myself. So in music school, or maybe in sports either, is also more rather like how to get something done better.
Yeah.
Here, whereas in medicine, it's rather how not to get caught. And probably it can be a way of blocking any sort of feedback, any sort of improvement. Because we are expected somehow to be perfect, like a minefield work, survive or die. That maybe this is a problem, then you have no room for improvement if you need to be perfect from the very beginning. Maybe that's a difference you saw in musician and sportsman versus medical professionals.
Yeah. But in medical profession, we also get opportunities to learn, right? We are in training for, not me, but you're like for 10 years you're in
tradition
training.
of feeling insecure and feeling threatened, that our mistakes means something very serious for us in terms of our future perspectives.
Can we change that? Or how can we change that? Not as, no.
I think for me personally, and I think some of it is cultural too, for me personally, it's sort of like a habit of the mind to remind yourself every time that somebody giving you feedback does not result sort of in feeling insecure or admonished, if you will. And starting with people that you know and whose opinions you value, right? And sort of getting addicted to that continuum of getting feedback as means of improvement.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If I could just make a technical request to maybe move that microphone over there because of the way people are seated. I don't know if that's possible.
It's wireless, so
yeah,
should be possible. Okay, I'm gonna skip this. So because we were touching upon agency, there's also a proposition on, and we talked about self-regulation of learning, right? Which is we value that as educators, that we want our students to also fostering lifelong learning capabilities. And if we want our students to self-regulate, we should enable a bit of self-control, navigation through the curriculum. That's often very difficult because our curricula are designed. You have a course, you start with course 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's no room to navigate or difficult to navigate. But in this proposition, what do you think? To enable students to self-regulate their learning, the curriculum should enable that the student has a certain control, we can discuss because it's a discussion session, over the student's own assessment. What do you think? See, if you sample more, you get different. You get a different view.
I think it speaks to the reliability with larger sample sizes.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. So 50-50. Oh, no, sorry. Most agree. The same amount of people think perhaps. And we have 3 people who disagree. Can I ask for input from someone who agrees? And then perhaps what would you do? What have you done to give students a certain control over their own assessment? Can I have some input from the audience, from the 9 people who agree? Yeah, it's like with students, right? You just have to wait long enough.
Yeah, so maybe it's a matter of deciding here whether our graduates should all be the same. Actually, it's impossible, and the idea is to maybe add some tracks to the curriculum, because the goals of the graduates are sometimes different. Some of them like to be just regular medical doctors. Some like to be more engaged into medical research. Some maybe in global health. And by allowing the students to commit to a track within the regular curriculum, we can let them commit to some additional learning objectives, and then also influence the way they will be assessed during the curriculum. Of course, the basic is the same, because in the end they are all MDs. Mm-hmm. But considering what their interest is, they could commit to some additional requirements that will be assessed later on. Yeah. So that's why I voted for agree.
Interesting, yeah. So that also means that you need to allocate time, yeah, for like electives or tracks that they can choose, and then yeah.
It's a slot in which they will self-directedly decide which learning objectives they are going to address, and then this will be then assessed.
Yeah, okay. But it's not part of the, like, as you said, of the package. Is it part of the package of intended learning outcome, or there's their room to navigate? So not everyone will have that learning outcome. Then, yes. So there's the room for navigation and aligned to the assessment. Okay, thank you. Who disagreed? And likes to share their thoughts. No?
I can maybe jump in. I think if you look at in education in general and the competency-based education space, the proposition is a little different or flip-flop to what we just discussed, where the learning objectives stay the same, but the students are given the ability to demonstrate their knowledge in different ways. Mm-hmm. We know that some students will say, I'm not a good test taker, for example. Or I have anxiety when it comes to taking standardized exams. So creating opportunities through either project work or oral exams or another sort of mechanism for students to demonstrate their knowledge to you may create a better learning space for them. The other thing, and going back to that sort of student advocacy, finding passion projects, like the example I gave this morning about 14-year-olds that are filing and receiving patents. A lot of that work is based on passion project for these kids. So an example is, for example, one of the high school students' grandpa was having a knee surgery, and then he created his science project based on the knee anatomy, and he spent countless hours, much, much more than you would ever anticipate, sort of mastering that aspect just because it was something that was personally meaningful to him. Now, I know in schools you can't sort of customize the curriculum to every student because you still have objectives, but finding those sort of passion points for students where they engage over and above sort of the call of duty may result, or I've seen result in higher learning outcomes for students.
Yeah. Would you know of any examples like this in medical school?
I haven't heard about that in medical school yet.
Okay, yeah.
But-
Yeah. Yeah, we have in Maastricht, there's a program which is voluntary, and it's called like the person behind the patient, where where every student who participates is sort of connected to a patient, and then sort of goes with that patient to the hospital, has some conversations, etc., which is still it fits with the intended learning outcomes, but it is extra, and it is sort of based on,
Yeah,
whether
I
or
mean,
not
we're
it-
seeing some examples like extracurricular. For example,
Yeah.
there's a nonprofit in Philadelphia. In Philadelphia, we have a lot of immigrant communities from Latin America. This nonprofit actually pairs international medical school graduates from Latin America where they help in the community. So for example, they went to soccer games to promote vaccinations during COVID, because in those immigrant communities, that there's a great fear of even going to a pharmacy to get vaccinated or to a physician, because they feel they may actually be deported from the country. So these IMGs went to quite a soccer games and saying, let us help you, let us explain you how vaccination works, and let us get you vaccinated. These IMGs, while they're studying for the STEP exams to become licensed, they're also using it to boost their residency application. So it is something that's important to them. They're working in their community. They're practicing communication skills with it. But that would be sort of extracurricular, not necessarily tied to medical school.
Yeah, and it also gives them something for their CV.
And you always get more with volunteering than you actually give. So.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Anyone?
Microphone.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
A comment about these extra curriculum projects. When I worked at the University of Pennsylvania, we had a committee in our department to pick up candidates for residents and fellows. And the committee was maybe 10, 12 people every time. We had hundreds of candidates, and we had to pick few every season. And then when we assessed their CV, and maybe 50%, maybe a little bit more, were from different universities outside of United States. And we had to analyze every, person in terms of achievements. And of course, residence director first pick up candidates from the system, and then we were interviewing these candidates and assessing their CVs. So the consensus of the committee was that if students have lower scores from USMLE and had extra projects, it was a very negative sign for the committee. Because assumption is that first you have to do your job, your job is to get the highest score possible. Get the highest score, and then if you have time for extra activities, this is the plus. But you have lower score and you have extra activities, this is a very negative sign that the person cannot focus on the primary job. So actually our attitude was not to accept such candidates who had extra activities and lower score compared to others. Thank you.
Yeah, difficult. Can you then?
I mean, I can answer that. As I mentioned this morning, we are working on transparency in the transition between UME and graduate medical education. Some of the things that we're seeing, so for example, the insular focus on the score, it's sort of like, in America, the GPA, for example, for undergraduates, 3.95 and 3.90, is that really significantly different? And, to be able to rank candidates on that only one number, and we know that it's not, right? I mean, it's the same student. So when you place that emphasis on that score without holistic review, you're likely making mistakes. I mean, like I mentioned this morning, the STEP exams were established for licensing purposes, not as a vocational sort of test to help you determine who will be, better in which specialty, and not necessarily to help rank the candidates. I mean, we're fully aware that there's an off-label use of them, but we are promoting holistic review of candidates to focus more on just that one score. I think that's as much as I can say.
Maybe I was misunderstood a little bit. Of course, the holistic approach is the most appropriate. And we were looking for extra activities in these candidates. Sure. And these extra activities were like a litmus test of if the person is really smart or intelligent. Because the assumption is that, okay, that person did the job properly, got the score because was able to learn, and then still save time to be a champion in something else, extra curriculum. So it means that that person was doing the job first, like this is a sign of good discipline or self-discipline, good achievement, and then extra time to do other achievements. So this candidate is better than the other one who has lower score in the same, let's say, category of this achievement.
So I would, yes, I completely.
So this is like what I'm trying to say, also for students, for candidates, not to overshoot with extra activities, because actually they pull down the candidate in this review. He had many candidates. They had research activities, these activities, and actually they didn't help. They were counterproductive, actually, for these candidates.
Yeah.
So this is very, very, be very careful for this particular,
here's
kind of setup, because like I'm a director or like a chief of the division, and I need to have these residents, and then these residents, like staying with us 5 years, they don't do the job because they have something else.
So
you have to do the job first, and then do something else.
Here may be another way of thinking about it. What we know in hearing feedback from students is that the performance on any standardized test, not just the USMLE, is correlated with socioeconomic status of the students. So just because somebody comes from a wealthy family and can invest in more prep products, it doesn't actually mean that they will do better in your program in graduate medical education. One example that I always give is one of my favorite students. He ended up getting into good medical school, not an Ivy League like University of Pennsylvania. And he had a really good GPA, but he did not have a 4.0. But in his case, him and his mom were homeless. The only way how he could afford a university education was by becoming an athlete, and he actually broke the records at the university where I worked. The only way how he could actually get into the medical school was by dedicating 25 hours a week to soccer, working in the lab, working a third job, really, and being a full-time student. So it's almost, if I had to have a surgery, I'd have him operate on me tomorrow. It wasn't, his scores were not indicative of his ability. His scores were indicative of the socioeconomic factors and the fact that he quite literally was homeless, and he had to do everything on his own. So that insular focus just on the test score doesn't necessarily indicate ability. In some cases, it's mixed with socioeconomics.
I agree. The social economic factor is crucial, the multidimensional approach to this. We know that malnutrition, for instance, in young age is associated with lower IQ. In particular, if children at the age between 6 and 9, when the pruning is ongoing, have much lower IQ in general. But these extra activities related to later on with the duties which the student has to do in order to support the family and study, of course, this is something which may consider it a bit positive, right? Because we analyze as well. What I'm trying to say that we are not basing the assessment based on the score only. The score is important factor, like this is the indicator, let's say you must have, kind of, right? So this is not like we are taking only all the students with 90% or something score, also lower. We consider other factors. This is like maybe 4 or 5 people in the committee were assessing other factors.
Sure.
Right, so we assess the other factors, and we read these CVs very carefully, whether this background, and for instance, international medical graduates, right? Usually, the assumption is that people who graduated outside of United States had slightly, and sometimes even more than slightly, lower educational opportunities or standards. So if, let's say, we had a candidate from the United States and we had a candidate from, let's say, Poland, right? And they had the same score, we pick up a person from Poland. Because we assume that maybe the university in America had better standard. So it means this candidate from Poland is better than candidate from United States. So this is also the factor. This is how it works, actually. And I was in this committee maybe 8 years in a row, also residents and fellows. So this was like a standard approach we had.
Oh.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think also what Boris is, the holistic view is important. And then again, you could, selecting those candidates and then also follow up how they do in your programs also gives insight in maybe at first kind of admission choices or arguments you made on admissions in the first place. I see it's time, Adriana, so we have to close this discussion session. Thank you for your input. I'm sure there is much more to discuss, but we don't have any more time now. Thank you very much.
Sylvia and Boris, one more time, thank you so much. Thank you for your presentations. Thank you for being moderators of our discussion. So now we turn our attention to the second discussion section, focusing on accreditation process. And I'm pleased to introduce our discussion moderators, Professor Katarzyna Ziemnicka and Professor Grzegorz Dworacki, both esteemed faculty members of Poznań University of Medical Sciences. And Katarzyna and Grzegorz, please remember that we have with us also Professor Marta von Zanten.
Okay, thank you very much. This discussion will be a bit different, yes, because as you have heard from today's lecture, the accreditation process is, in accreditation process is involved the accreditation agency. So in case of Poland, this will be the Polish Accreditation Committee. So, yeah, we are not, although we were just supporting PACA in preparing documents for the accreditation in WFME. So we have a bit of knowledge. And if you have any questions, if you have any concerns, we are quite free. I will just pass the microphone to Professor Dworacki, because he was involved also in the National Committee accreditation.
It was for the short time, basically, so it is not too much. But definitely it is for us a living problem also, because without accreditation we are not in a certain process which could be certified, that we could feel that we are a good school. They are not standards. But right in the moment, Poland, and including our school, is just a moment of, at the moment of accreditation of WFME accreditation. At the first steps, we expect next year to have at least PACA, this Polish agency, will have this verification. I hope that we should, over the next year, be the member fully recognized in the WFME accreditation. Right now, we are at the moment also of being recognized. It's just a matter of prolonging of accreditation and the US. But I would like just to switch a little bit discussion to this different program, what we have here now in Poland, and maybe just even in Europe, and it's something what is more general. And we both with Kate were in charge of driving the English medical faculty here in Poznań for over 15 years. Right now we step back, we gave the floor to the younger ones, which now struggle, but also have, I think, much more energy and ideas. But in general, since the very beginning, in Europe, there is always 6 MD program. In US and many countries, it's 4 MD program. And we always have a problem and to somehow recognize each other. It's just a matter of problem to be recognized at the level of ministry, authority, understanding what is what. And we had a very nice living experience of basically 30 years nearly, of having at the same time both programs, 6MD and 4MD. And I would like just to share a little bit our experience. We didn't make too much real studies, however, we still have a data, but in our impression, the learning outcome at the end could be the same. But the main difference is that when it comes for the 6MD program, at that point, quite often these people are not enough mature to make such a very important life decisions. On the other hand, when you have 4MD programs here in Europe and in Poland as well, not everyone can recognize that there are 2-step process, that you have college and then you have a real medical studies. And in my impression, and in our teacher's impression, this 2-step program, what is not in really Europe, is basically more flexible, and even the learning outcome is the same, but the quality of education during the process is much easier and goes without any problem on the 4MD program. So I think that in Europe we are standing at the moment of discussion whether this system should be changed if the world is in the moment of being more unified, in the moment that we need to exchange doctors, we need to exchange students. We have in Europe an Erasmus program, but such a program in the medical studies basically couldn't be easily exchanged with the other countries which have the 2 steps model. So I think that at least we have the moment of that we could start to think about it and to discuss how to help these young people to travel in learning, and also how to achieve in the most comfortable for them and effective way that educational point and level that it could be efficient for our current needs, what we have in our world. I don't know if anyone would like just to make any additional comment, because I know that we have some people from the recruitation agencies. They have also some experience with our schools and others. We have still in Poland quite many schools who run this more or less 2 program, at least to try. Even we, right in the moment, unfortunately, since 2-3 years, we don't have a real regulations background for running this program. In my opinion and expression, something what we'd like just to put on the level of discussion at the ministry and authority, at the also European level, is just to make the way to shift with the certain requirements. Those people who would like just to study medicine here in Europe on the 6MD program being shifted in an official and accredited way to the certain point of 6MD studies. It could be done. However, it doesn't exist. I don't know if anyone would like just to make any comment on it.
Because I was here when we started the 6th year. It was toward the tail end of us. And I think the one thing we always said from the beginning, because I was living in Escalop in 201B, when we started, because there wasn't so many of us, because the second group does, what, 35, 40 of us in the first 2 years? So we were mixed with the Polish students. I spent a lot of time with the Polish students going through and then afterwards, and I think that was a benefit. And then later on, when Łukasz and I ran Sim Challenge with Marek Dombrowski, we ran it with, we ran it in the US, we ran it at CSAM, the European Society, and we had students from all different countries. And the biggest difference everybody noticed between US and everybody else, because the US students were older, that the communication skills were, in general, were better, right? Everything else was relatively equal. And I think we would all learn more from each other. Like if there was a way, especially in the 5th and 6th year of the 6-year program, to have some combined clinical work, whether it's an elective or something with the Polish students, because I think the mix would help, because there's the cultural differences, and I think they will also help with mixing with other students. The other thing we saw when CSAM did it from like the simulation side, our friends from Holland that came to compete, their instructors always underestimated how much the students knew. And I think I saw the same thing in Poland, that we underestimate how much they knew. Like when Łukasz and I started the acute care sim program, the Polish medical students had the knowledge, but nobody gave them the structure of how to use that knowledge. And it took a 5-day, 40-hour course to do it. Right? No, it was even less, 15 hours, because it was 3 hours a day for 5 days. So it wasn't much to get them, on par. I think we're missing a big opportunity, of not blending, and especially since some of us were older. I already had my master's degree coming in and had experience, So I think there's a good opportunity. And even I work with they said 25% of all the practicing physicians in the US are foreign. I work with one guy from Nepal right now. I work from, obviously a bunch from India. And there's cultural differences that we learn from each other. So I think if you can blend that earlier, because as we get older, we get a little more settled in our ways. I think that the earlier in our careers we do that, that's the maximum benefit. So that's kind of my 2 cents.
So maybe that's the idea also, just to mix these two programs together on one board at such a school, and that could help in fact both the older ones and the younger ones. But because what I told you, just in our experience when we were just looking for the outcome is the same. It's just a matter whether the starting point for those young people who are 18, 19 is just a good moment to make because we can see quite often it's not their own decision, it's just the decision of their families, mother, father, and those who pays for the studies. And that's what a little bit what worries me, but nevertheless, even the rate of people who are able to finish successfully the studies is the same. So at the end I was just quite surprised that more or less still, we need just to do some more studies because we have the data.
Just from my experience looking at my 2 oldest kids, my oldest is 21, studying in Kraków, and the other one's 19 in Warsaw. He's at SGH, so nobody's studying medicine. But the difference is, I would say in general, if you take a student from the US, in general, there'll be exceptions. After high school, they're less mature than the Polish students finishing Matura here. And I would say that across the, especially for most, that would be that it's going to be harder for them to adapt. So I think for a student coming from the US for 6 year, you have to find the exception. I think in general it's going to be difficult for them to adapt.
That's basically what we can see, just in
I think they're definitely less mature. So,
in Poland, I would say, concerning the mental maturation is pretty much the same. However, the knowledge of people in Europe, they are at the moment better prepared for the study.
Yeah.
But when it comes for the emotional moment,
Yeah,
to
it
really know
depends
what
if
they
come.
are.
Yeah, like I said, it depends where they come from. So, but yeah, I don't know.
Okay,
anybody,
maybe
anybody else? Because there were a couple other people here from the
Maybe
U.S.
I will
program.
pick up our guest from Norway. How it just in your experience, because you also have this experience for 4 and 6 MD program in Norway. You were sending here some students, and what was you think more successful for or more benefit for the students from your country?
Well, I think that we had only a few students attending the 4 MB program. So the natural choice for them would be the 6-year program. And the Norwegians, they often, I think many of our students were like 20 plus years old. So they spent a year or two after high school and were possibly, hopefully, a little more mature psychologically and maybe better prepared after studying a few, 1 or 2 years, or maybe traveling as well after high school. So I'm not sure if I'm answering your question. But anyway,
in a way you did. Thanks, because it does also this culture difference, because in Poland, these kids are going for the studies basically right after the high school without this maturational gap. Yeah. What usually is in Scandinavian countries happens in Norway as well. That as we were talking to some friends from Norway, and when they are high school, they are living for 1 year to traveling. They are living home being kids, coming back as a mature people. Yeah. So that makes the difference as well. Yeah. in that model. So it does a little bit change even within Europe as well. Here, if anyone has any more comment or idea, or because I think that we are right now quite much, basically what you said, quite much we are missing, that we don't have that mixture right in the moment. That we are much more driven to have only one single way of achieving the medical education, and this mixture of having young, old, and with a different, especially that we have quite many students from different countries, currently even over every year. So in the 30 years, nearly we had these students from nearly 30 countries. At a certain moment, it was nearly 40, 38, 39. So it's a huge, at these 5, 6 large groups of students. At a certain moment, we had in Poland during these 30 years the largest group of Canadians in Europe. It was nearly 300. So, and we benefit from that experience. It just matter how to follow with it.
Okay. Just skip for a moment for MD program. I would like to switch to the accreditation again. May I ask you, Marta, do you have any experience or any information? Are there any challenges for the countries, for the universities, when they are in the recognition status for WFME? Because we are just in the status from August, beginning of August. So what we should expect, what are the problems we probably face to? I suppose. But
yeah, that's a great question. So I guess I'll start with something you shouldn't worry too much about, that we see for some agencies. They think, we have to follow the WFME template of standards exactly in order to pass the WFME recognition program. That's actually not the case. What the team will be looking for is that you have everything in place and it makes sense for this context. So if there's places where in the standards document, excuse me, you've modified things to make it relevant to Poland, that's fine. As long as you can make a case for it, that's perfect. They're looking for ways that you made it contextual. They'd prefer that rather than you just took, we took the LCME standards and we're implementing them in Poland. They would think that's not what you should be doing. So if you've done anything to make it personalized to Poland, that's a good thing. Challenges would be, well, do what you say you do in your documents. So if you have policies, make sure they're implemented. Make sure people know about them. Make sure they're being followed. what happens sometimes is that an agency will submit, they've got all their policies that look great. The team will come in and then they'll say, well, you said you would do X during your decision-making meeting here in, your policy on the 18th page, why didn't you do it? And they say, oh, we either didn't realize it was there or we hadn't been doing it for so long or whatever reason. So just make sure that you do what you say you do would be probably the biggest challenge. I have a question about the system here. So does the Polish Accreditation Commission accredit all of the different programs separately? So the international program, the Polish program, they're all accredited together at Poznan and the different universities?
No, the program is one.
Okay.
So we have for medicine, this is the medicine only, so it doesn't matter if this is for the international students or the Polish students, yeah? So the requirements, the program is just the same. There are some small differences sometimes, but the general program, it's parallel to the Polish program, which is commonly accredited, yeah?
Okay.
So sometimes, for example, we have some additional subjects, yes, for these international students that, because they are related to the requirements in United States, for example, or in Taiwan, but there are in addition, yes, so they are not the main part of the curriculum.
Okay.
So the core is the same for everyone, but after that we having so many candidates and students from many different countries, and they are basically majority of them are not staying in Poland, but they are leaving to their country of origin. We have to adjust a little bit in order so they would be qualified to the place they are coming back, and that's what we are doing. However, it doesn't matter of separate hours. It's challenges also for the school because we have to then for the separate groups we have to a little bit tune more the curriculum, but we do it.
University has about 500 hours to use for any purpose. So this is the individual program. So we may use this just to adjust this program to the needs of our future graduates. Yeah.
Okay. Now, are you also involved with the NCFMEA
yes.
Comparability?
Yeah.
I would be very
interested
just to see how you view, once you're through the WFME process, how you view them as far as what's similar and what's different between the two?
The information from the Polish Accreditation Committee was sent this year, and we found on the website of WFME at the beginning of August that we are in the recognition status. With our recognition status, yeah.
Yes.
So that is why you show here that we are in blue, not in the dark blue yet. This is that's all. We don't know anything else. Who will be visiting? We know that we have accreditation people involved in the accreditation from Czech Republic, probably because that was what we were told before. We don't know too much about the National Committee accreditation. It was renewed last September, and it should be also at the beginning of October, but we still don't have information from the Department of Education and from the Polish Accreditation Committee. They were supposed to have a meeting at the beginning of October.
They did.
Yeah.
Yes.
But still the results are, but sometimes they need to fulfill some documents, and send the information. Or maybe because Professor Uryska is just, maybe she's, she has more updates on this.
Well, actually, yes, yesterday I met Kamil Torres. He
All
was,
right.
he was
We tried to call him, but he's not
meeting
responding.
During the committee.
Okay.
And it was like the first part. So they managed some fields to do, ask some questions, receive some answers, left the committee with some further questions, and there will be part 2. I'm not sure, but it will be before the end of the year.
Right.
So we are still like in the process of meetings in that. But is it different? I think it is a little bit different because in WFMU will come here and will accompany our accreditation committee, and NCFMEA is making a meeting and asking questions and making an interview. So I think in that point it's totally different.
Yeah, and going through the documents, we have to send, But the purpose is different, yes, because this is for the federal loans and here is for the just general accreditation of the medical study. Do you have any questions, regarding accreditation process? Any concerns? Okay, if no, maybe we will switch again to the 4MD program. I was talking with Sylvia Enneman just before the meeting, asking, how this 4MD program looks like in Netherlands. Could you tell us, what is your experiences in this program? What are the requirements? Do you think it's a good idea to continue such a program? Or it's better to keep this bachelor degree in medicine and the master degree?
Yeah, so in Maastricht we have a graduate entry program, which is in our setting a 4-year master program. So it's students who want to join this program, they should have a bachelor degree in like health sciences, biomedical sciences, university colleges also can be applicable. And then what we do is, so we have this 4-year master program, around 1.5 years, and these students come in with a certain body of knowledge because they already have a bachelor in the biomedical health sciences domain. So in the we have the what we do in the bachelor in terms of clinical practice, clinical skills, communication skills, like what they need to for medicine. That's sort of in first 1.5 years. So we build on top of their knowledge. We add sort of the things they need to know to become a physician, or at least a clerk in the clerkships. And then 2 years they do clinical clerkships, which are similar to what we have in the master in medicine. They follow the same program. And then they have a longer research internship, and again it's an elective where they can that's in their last year. They work as a clerk with a bit more like responsibility, still as a clerk, but then they are at the end of their training in a specialty of choice. And this program was also designed, and that's why our ministry gave permission, because we have 3-year bachelor, 3-year master. That's our common structure. But the ministry gave permission for 2 of these programs. One is in Maastricht and one is in Utrecht. And they both train for, it's a physician clinical investigator program. So it's sort of on top of the physician requirements. These students are also get extra training for clinical investigator, which actually means we put more time, effort in integration of epidemiologic statistics, research design. Therefore, this internship in their last year is also really a research internship, what they do, in combination with clinical work. So that's what we have. But it's, as I said to you, it's not English. It's a Dutch program. Yeah.
But at the end, they have the same rights as the regular one?
Yeah, they have the same registrations. What we see in the graduates, because we have been running this program since 2007, what we see is that the graduates more often than in our regular bachelor master proceed to do a PhD, which we would expect in research. Not that in the bachelor master they don't do that, but the proportion is a bit different. So what we see is that these physicians stay more active in clinical research. At least that's what we see in the first couple of years, because after that we sort of lose track. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you have any questions? That's a very interesting combination. This is something like, we're thinking, and it's present in the United States, the program which is called MD PhD. I don't know if it's still conducted, yes, but this is just combining these good students, very good students who can manage that they don't have holidays. They work in the lab or do something else, related to research. So, but this is really very good, good idea. Yeah, thank you very much.
If I have such a chance, I would like to ask Ola, how do you think, how we should go with these programs here in Poznan, since you are director right in the moment? What do you have in your mind?
You grow up me, so I think totally the same, that we should fight for, like, maybe not fight, but to discuss and about allowing to do what was done with 4-year program, because in my mind I was taking part in creating our standards of So those basic rules, the core, which student has to have. And the only point where there are any dates or, let's say, the amount of time the student should spend is only at the beginning, that our studies need to have 12 semesters. I was trying to convince the others that it's not needed. So let's update it to some kind of a range of semesters, updating depending what kind of students will come to start the program, because it's not that part. The important is how the outcome will be achieved, and the outcomes won't be changed. So maybe that's the direction that we should go. And there is a small change, which is crucial, that we don't have nowadays in standards as special subjects. We have outcomes, which can be built in the program in very dynamic way of a preclinical or basic science, preclinical and clinical part, which can be shared in different time of semesters, which is not now in the standard. So I see the door to create such path, but we need to discuss it with authorities, with regulations of, and it's not up to us, as you mentioned at the beginning, but I know that here are also participants from all other universities from Poland, and I think that we should combine together and go and discuss about it, because I think that for all of us, what is crucial here, that's why we created the educational conference, is the quality of learning. And that's what this is on our hearts, and what we make sure the WFME or NCFMEA or any other bodies, that we will do our job the best it's possible. So I think we are doing that. So why not just to prove it and adapt it to the certain students who are coming here in different backgrounds. So if they are already after some basic part, we can move forward to the classes on the other level, let's say so. So I agree totally to go that way. And I hope that we will manage to do that. One thing what I wanted to add is that I'm not sure how it's in other countries, but I was observing in the United States. I was in Dallas, in UT Southwestern Medical School. They have one more path for students. It's an educational, that they can become educators in future. They also have some kind of crisis in educators. The physicians don't want to be the teachers so often as previously, and they are overloaded. So they also created such a path. We have nothing like that in Poland yet. So maybe that's also something we should think about. The scientific part is like PhD studies, but this educator path maybe is also an option to, an option to choose what to do further.
That definitely, because we are lacking, especially people in such a subject as at the basics, as anatomy, for example. We are really running shortage of those people, and I was also surprised that just to prepare such a people is just really effort. So it is not that you learn them anatomy, but you let them be a part of diagnostic and therapeutic process, so they could understand better and to put the right attitude at a certain part of learning, of teaching anatomy. So that definitely. I think we could profit really much of that, and that's maybe just this two-step process could help that. So you could, at a certain moment, having the background of medical education, you could choose what you would like to do next. That's basically what is in our mind was before, but somehow, the structure of medical studies right in the moment in Europe is basically where the solid ground was put it in the beginning of the 19th century. So basically, it's a German Virchow school, came from Berlin. I was just quite much surprised that in the same way, the school were are taught students in Japan. Japan took that model, and it's been continuing as long without too much change. So I think that we basically that style as we are teaching Europe and their pillars are the same since over 100 years. So maybe it could be a moment to reconsider, since the challenges are much more demanding right in the moment. what we could see in the COVID era and the other. That's what comes to my mind.
Yeah, I think that we are not too flexible, and that's the problem, you know, comparing with other countries in Europe. So this is very difficult to take the advantage from the experience of the other countries. So, but you know, you are from different universities also, and this is also your impact on this process. So hopefully, you know, this conference and discussion will lead maybe to some good results and good conclusions, which help to change the education. Really, these two steps, you know, education, medical education, so the bachelor degree and the master degree, it's good because as you know, as you very well know, especially if you are doctors, active doctors, we need people who are trained in the health sciences, but maybe they will not be able to be doctors finally. But at least they are necessary to help us in a different way. So this, sometimes people decide in the middle that they don't want to meet patient, they have the problems with the communication skills, but they will be very well, you know, practicing in a completely different part of the public health. So this is also the way which is giving the opportunity that they have a diploma and they can continue study maybe in a completely different way, which help patients also. Okay, do you have any questions? Go on.
Thank you very much for touching on the interdisciplinarity of medical education in your last comment. My name is Artur Banaszkiewicz. I deal with recruiting students rather than teaching them. But I'm wondering, we touched on the structure of the program many times. Is there, in your views, any flexibility to actually, and particularly with the use of technology or immersive technologies, to compress the program, to shorten them, the different programs, to be able to produce graduates in a shorter time frame? And also, do you see medical schools moving to offering a wider portfolio of courses, including maybe nursing or including more postgraduate education, to make those existing programs more interdisciplinary in terms of who's studying at the same time and who's also from a student perspective inputting different perspectives. If we have a nurse and a future nurse and a future physician studying together, maybe they can educate themselves. Thank you.
You touch very sensitive point, I think. And you know, I remember one of my mentors already died, but I remember what he told me at a certain moment when I was just trying to follow certain schedule of the subject I was learning. He said, remember that people are basically can be divided to two types of people: those who learn by themselves and those who do not learn at all. And the school can eventually help them. So I think that now, having that technology we could much more compress the time for learning and for students by themselves. And basically, we should spend more time individually to verify their way of thinking rather than giving a lecture. They have books, they have laptops, they have all the World Wide Web, all the resources which were not available before. So right in the moment, to any type of information you can reach within a second. And we are still mentally sitting in the moment that we have a book and we have to present the knowledge. So definitely there is this change. However, the teacher as me as well, I was learning with the books. I can see right in the moment the student, they only basically use the electronic media. Smartphone is basically enough for them. They would like just to do everything in the social media. And basically, we don't understand them too much. However, we are responsible for their education, and they don't usually take the old way of and standard of learning. But nevertheless, I think the technology, basically, absolutely right. The technology gives the way to put much more self-study on them than saving the time just to be more in the individual touch. But you know, it's a long discussion of education at all, and I think that also the change of of the world now in universities, because universities has also right in the moment, I think, the problem of their own identity. Before the knowledge and the wisdom was in the university. Now the knowledge is basically in the electronic resources. The wisdom, who knows where is it? But we have to carry, to put it, I think, still at the university, having in our hearts the ways and the ideas how to guard it and how to share it.
Okay, very shortly answering your second question. Is anybody from Kraków? Okay, because we have heard that there is the program started last year or this year, the program which is called the physician assistant, which is quite typical for United States, but I don't know, it was thought to be for the international students first, but no, you don't hear about this. Okay, maybe it was more, private school, not the public school, involved, But this is what is probably possible, because at least, we need this supporting, employees, yes, which are not only doctors, yes, but they can take some duties from the doctor. This is very necessary because, the shortage of the doctors is everywhere, in United States, in UK, in Canada, and in Poland, of course, also. And the problem is that the knowledge is widening more and more. We teach more and more, but it's not good, yes? We teach more even from the primary school, yes? These kids possess a lot of knowledge, but they don't know how to use it. That's the problem, yes? They cannot combine information. They don't know, they cannot open these two drawers together, yes? They open on the one, yes? Because they were taught like this. They learn from one part to another, yes? They don't think, they don't take a good conclusion. So that's a problem. This probably will change, our approach to the knowledge also. We know that in some countries, United States also, it's just, diminishing the role of the basic sciences now. We know that's important, yes. But I remember, when we were learning anatomy from, 7 or 8, books of the Bochenek anatomy. You probably remember if you are older doctors also. And now there is only short one textbook, which is enough. Yes, which is enough. And the way of teaching is different. So there is a lot of things to do to not to provide too many information, but put more efforts on the practical part. This is, for example, in United Kingdom, from the third year, they follow the doctor, yes? They have like they shadowing the doctor. And from this moment, they can also, talk to the patients, they can write, make some documentations also. So this is much different than here, yes, because we have this 3 years of the basic sciences and then the clinical sciences. They start the clinical sciences practically from the third year. So they have this 5-year program, So it's shorter. And it could work, So still there is a, place to discuss and think what, how big knowledge should be presented on the university, whether we still, do too much, whether the, the practical part, it's still poor. In Poland especially, simulation centers were really a big step to open the practical trainings for students. But still, this is not enough, Okay, I don't know if I fully answer your questions. Probably not, but this is difficult. We are also teachers. We are old teachers, yes, not involved in the administration of the education now. We are completely, we just, left it, some time ago. Yes, we gave the field, yes, to the other and the young and the passionate also. So hopefully, you and they will change the medical education. It's still a lot of things to do. Okay, sorry, I just interrupted you.
I have a comment. It is very unlikely that the program can shrink in time. and we can impart the same knowledge to students, because the knowledge is getting bigger, as you said. So the trend is rather to react to the public demand. As Professor Dworacki mentioned, that in general the program didn't change over 100 years. And because we educate general practitioners. But some time ago, maybe more than 10 years ago, United States, they demand, they say, not that much for general practitioners, but more for specialities. So they starting shifting to teach all the students more towards a particular specialty already in the curriculum, general curriculum, and in particular in residency programs. In the past, in radiology, for instance, I can tell more precisely, we had 5-year program, general radiology. No any longer. Now, 3 years maybe general radiology, and now they have to select, okay, do you want to be a neuroradiologist or the other part of thoracic radiology or something like that. No any longer a single person can handle all knowledge in radiology. But what about the student? Can student handle all specialities in one head? Not likely, right? So they have to rather go into this specialty, and then system must work as a team of many specialists to provide the best practice. So I remember when 20, 30 years ago, we were traveling to different professional congresses in the United States, and always there was a feeling that we are so badly educated compared to those presenters. But they were very specialized doctors. You cannot beat them with general knowledge. This is like, you're always like a small compared to these big guys, but they were just exploring this specialty many, many years from the last years of the medical program. So very unlikely that you can shrink in time. Maybe we add specialty on top of general requirement for general practitioner. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments or questions to us or to the audience? Okay, so because time has gone, we would like to finish. Thank you very much for the participation, active participation in both workshops.
So thank you very much for your attendance, for your comments. I think that maybe we were able to put the small stone to the water, and these waves will go somewhere what will bring something new for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day in Poznań, and we invite you for a gala. Okay.